Is that correct? So I know Purity has been sitting here. Purity Miseo, please stand. Purity Miseo is a journalist, a broadcast journalist at KTN. You see her on the screens. So she's the moderator today, and we also have other panelists who are with us. We are going to have Maina Karobia. He is a member of parliament for the East Africa Legislative Assembly. So we want to know what is the role of Kenya in the East African community. So that's why he's here. And we have two other panelists, that is Onchario Yeyo and the Deputy CEO of the Law Society of Kenya. So it's going to be a great panel discussion. So I would like to invite Purity to come to engage the audience as I bring the guests. Okay? Thank you so much. So Purity, take over.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. You know, as journalists, we are taught how to be impartial. So, impartial rather. So we're not supposed to take sides, even when you're voting, apparently, and you see a journalist commenting something that's probably it's against the government or it's pro-government. Kenyans on Twitter call you out and they say, as a professional journalist, you're not supposed to comment on this, forgetting that we are all Kenyans. Anyway, it's been a great morning. It's actually Easy Friday today. The morning session was very interesting, especially to me, because when I was growing up, just a small background, I was raised up by a single mom who died when I was still in high school. So I raised myself up, okay? And so what that means in the Kenyan context, when you're raising yourself up and you're young, it means that you're going to work as a house help to raise school fees for university. So the conversation on that your parents or our relatives most of the time choose these courses for us was not the same case for me because I was my own parent, so I chose what I wanted. So my classmates were wondering why I got A in sciences and mathematics and ended up doing journalism because they thought I need to be an engineer or a doctor when you look at how I performed. But I chose journalism because that's what I wanted to do. So when you talk about TVET, then I can really relate that as my own parent, I made the right decision. So welcome to this session. My name is Purity Museo. I'm a news anchor at KTN News. This is what I wanted to be and do since I was young. And so I used to tell my mom I want to be a journalist. And when I passed in primary school, she had a conversation with me and asked me whether I still want to be a journalist because I was top in our district. So she couldn't imagine why I'm not going to be a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer. So, but I'm sure she would be proud today if she was here. Our conversation today, once again, it's Kenya and her neighbors. And I'm very much interested in this because we had a conversation on how Kenyans, for example, are treated outside. And the assumption for this conference is that we are a democratic country or nation, right? So we are going to have that panel discussion later. As you can see, our panelists are already here. So we are not going to waste much time. If you're joining us for the very first time, welcome to this session. That's the government spokesperson just coming in. If you don't know him, Dr. Isaac Mwaura, karibu sana. So before I welcome our panelists, we want to listen to that speech by the Principal Secretary, State Department of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, and we want to understand whether really Kenya has you know, an international or a foreign policy and where we stand as at now, because these policies change or positions change with the administrations, and we are currently under a new administration. So if the clip is ready, or the speech by the PS is ready, without wasting so much time, we can have it. Is the clip ready? Right, and as they get ready, after the speech, which is pre-recorded by the PS State Department of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. Next we'll have Professor Matthias. He'll be talking, of course, about from foreign aid to trade and investment. Is foreign aid sustainable in the 21st century? I think that's a conversation that we've been having as a country on donor reliance, and so he'll be taking us through that. Yes. All right, so as we get the clip for the PS ready, I think I'm going to welcome Professor Matthias. Is it Basado? Basado? All right, thank you so much. Please, karibu sana, as you take us through whether you feel the foreign aid is sustainable in this 21st century. If yes, why? And if no, what are the options? Yes, you're welcome, sir. So I should start? Yes, yes. Oh, well, I have to because I have the slides here. All right.
So, okay. So, thank you. So now we have to check. Do you see anything there? So, okay. First of all, good afternoon to everyone. So, I'm very happy that I can speak today. Wait, is it there? I don't see it. Oh. I think we're still waiting for that. Can you make the presentation? What do we need? Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for the slight technical problems. Look, I've changed the title a little bit, Development Cooperation from Foreign Aid to Trade. I think you deserve to know what I'm going to talk about. First, it's about the progress that has been achieved. We talked about it already yesterday, so it's a little bit, everything has been said except by me. Then that has to be balanced with the progress that still might be wanted or needed. We talked about that yesterday as well. And then if development is wanted and needed, then we have to think about what are the drivers of development. And we all kind of think we know what these drivers are. However, there is a little bit of disagreement what the main drivers are, and sometimes it's actually an article of faith what is the main driver or the main obstacle. Then that's maybe the main part. That's the pitfalls of foreign aid or development aid. I will use these terms interchangeably, which actually is some sort of a hot topic because it includes a little bit of criticism on the whole thing. So we can talk about that, but finally I'd like to make a few points what could be done, also including development aid. By the way, this is for Kenya, but not specifically. I will so more broadly, because I trust Kenya and the reliance or over-reliance on donors maybe much, much better than I do. So, okay, let's get started. Progress overlooked. We had that yesterday. You see these three curves lines. The first one is on electoral democracy, and it's the blue line. And this actually confirms what was said yesterday by Nick Cheeseman. So there's more democracy. However, it's not a straight line. So the red one is GDP per capita, so it's income. That has also increased. So we've also heard that Kenya has become a middle income country, which is a major achievement. We heard also from the gentleman yesterday who was born 60 years ago and is as old as Kenya is, that living conditions actually improved. I'm always telling that the audience in Europe because we tend to talk about Africa as a continuous crisis and forget about the progress that has been achieved. There's also the final curve, which is on corruption. We talked about it yesterday as well, and here you can see, higher numbers are not better, but worse, actually. But you can also see in recent years the curve is going down, which means that there has also been some progress. Maybe it's related to the 2010 constitution, or it's to more recent efforts in that regard. So across the board, socioeconomic progress, also political progress, although maybe less straightforward and less continuous. But okay, we have to acknowledge that. Again, as I said, progress is still wanted. This is from Afrobarometer. It's actually from 2021, a survey. But you can see from the pics from the protests in January that it might still hold. So people are not exactly completely satisfied. You see management of economy is number one, then corruption, unemployment. Then we also have stuff like basic needs like health, water supply, food shortage. So actually there are a lot of things, there's a lot of things left to be desired. So we have to balance this, acknowledge the progress, not everything is bad. And at the same time, acknowledge that there are still a lot of things to be improved. Okay, that begs the question, what drives development in the first place? I'm now a little bit at risk at doing a lecture on development theories, so I try to be quick on that because we have to go to foreign aid. So generally there's some sort of a very big debate. Is it external or internal factors that drive development, and that's exactly what often is an article of faith. I would argue, it makes sense that both play a role. For instance, the modernization theory says, okay, there are some internal political and socioeconomic conditions that might hinder development. That can be lack of education, that can be reliance on clientelistic structures or ethnicity-based politics, that can be high population growth and so on. And some of these things have been discussed. However, that completely leaves out of the equation the role of external factors. And on the other hand, the dependence theories, and there's several variants of that theory, they stress external factors very much. That is basically the center, as it's called in the theory, this would be the West mainly, is rich because the periphery, which would be the global South, including Africa and Kenya, is poor, and so development is blocked by the center. Of course, when we look back at colonial times, there's also some evidence supporting this view. However, what it doesn't explain is that some countries that used to be in the periphery have managed to move out of it and more to the center. One African country you could mention is Botswana, that had the highest growth rates for 20 or more years in the world. And also South Korea, compared especially to North Korea, by the way, Taiwan or China also, they were, South Korea was in 1950 as poor as Ghana and is now an advanced industrial country. So in some, it's not either or, it's both, and it's unclear what is more. So, then we have some specific ones. Maybe I will be short on that. Religion may play a role. So there's this idea that certain religious ideas, Protestantism, may favor development because there's work ethic. There's this idea of predestination that if you're rich, it shows that you're blessed by God. There might be other religious beliefs that favor education, and education, which we talked about, is of course our key. Then there's geography, it's just natural conditions. For instance, how much fertile land, water you have. Jared Diamond, who has written on that, is very passionate about the question of you have animals that are easy to domesticate. So that is you find more often in some regions of the world than others. And then, of course, raw materials. You can think of oil. I think it is. I think the gentleman who will deliver the speech online, he's in Dubai, and this country is so rich because of all the oil. It's the United Arab Emirates, and it's because of oil. And just think about the Industrial Revolution. It was all about coal and iron. For the steel, you need the iron ore and the coal, and that happened to be available in Northern Europe. So, but of course, it's not all about geography. Then there's institutions. I don't know whether you know this book, Why Nations Fail, by Darren Ashimoglu and James Robinson. It's 500 pages. I would strongly recommend to read it. It's also a good read, and it has some. It's a more complicated argument, but the idea is if you have the right institutions in place, you will have more prosperity and more development. And his basic idea is if you reward productivity, especially by granting property rights for those people who produce things, then you will have more. And in contrast, the other version would be extractive institutions. You just try to extract as many, for instance, raw materials you can from a country, and this will be something that will not produce development. So very interesting. And finally, there are several attempts to have a number of different factors putting together. This is one I've read most recently. This is by Neil Ferguson. I think he has the reputation of being classical liberal or even conservative. I try to compensate that by downloading a picture from The Guardian. But you know, interestingly, you know, he lists a number of things that are straightforward: science, property rights, modern medicine, maybe also work ethics, political and economic competition. I think makes sense to comment on. Actually, political competition is exactly an abstract idea of democracy. Democracy is the institutionalized form of competition over power without resorting to violence. You know, it's a way of deciding on power not by the sword but by the ballot box. And okay, and that might be something that will be useful because it avoids conflict. And economic competition, of course, is market economy mainly. So I'm still struggling a little bit with the idea of consumerism, but okay, that's not so important. The interesting, I think, idea is here that what about external factors? He doesn't list them here. And we also, he tries to explain why the West became so dominant in the last 200 years, but it's only the 200, 300 years. And the other question is also, what did the West do with it? And actually, all this technological development also enabled the domination of the West, because colonialism requires ships and it requires guns. And so it works. It may work both ways. So then interestingly, and that relates to all the drivers of development, in almost none of these theories, development aid or foreign aid is listed as a main driver. So, and that, of course, begs the question: what is maybe wrong with foreign aid? And the first one is maybe actually it doesn't really work, which is maybe a little bit sobering, and then some even argue it harms. So that's a basic statement. You can. There are two books by William Easterly, actually interestingly, who worked for the World Bank, and he then went on to author two books. Which the first one was called, I think it's more an ironic title, "The White Man's Burden," and the second is "The Tyranny of Experts." So I will come back to the latter one. So actually, when we look at rigorous empirical studies, we don't have actually convincing hard evidence that development aid or foreign aid is generally effective. Okay, we know it's difficult to have these studies. Don't want to bore you with methodological questions, but actually, generally, there's no hard evidence. We might ask ourselves, why is that the case? One thing is, in a way, development aid rewards failure, not success. I remember that when I was in Botswana and government officials were complaining that development aid to Botswana was cut on the grounds that the country had developed. So in a way, it's a pervert incentive. Then there's the idea that that's connected to this idea of tyranny of experts. And it's not designed by people on the ground who know that. And then people have, of course, issues in developing an ownership for the programs. They just see them maybe as a source of income, but not something they identify with. There also the possibility that development aid crowds out local initiatives. When you rely on getting money from outside, you must say, why should I bother? So there are more concrete crowding out effects. You may have heard of this story that white kids coming to Kenya and doing some charity kind of work like painting schools and so on. And this is, of course, well intended. However, that also means that the Kenyan painter who could do the job for the school is put out of business. So sometimes well-intentions and good effects are not the same thing. So then there are other negative side effects. One is called the Dutch disease. That's interestingly connected to to the resource curves, because if a lot of money is coming into a country, that creates inflation, has a lot of problematic effects sometimes. And then development aid is also something you can relatively easily tap in terms of, corruption. So there are also studies showing, it's also interesting within the European Union that such programs increase corruption. So, and connected to that, sometimes development aid stabilizes problematic governments. It's clear, when the government is the problem and there's foreign aid coming in, easing the conditions, then these governments may stay in place. Sometimes it's even difficult to instead channeling the money to NGOs, because the NGOs will do work that actually the government should do in the first place. So indirectly, there's again a stabilizing effect. Okay, that's the first part of the sobering elements. The second one is problematic attitudes and hidden agendas, although I, of course, don't want to promote any conspiracy theories. One interesting book, it's already from 1991, Axel Kabou, who's an economist from Cameroon. So the first one is the paternalism, the paternalistic attitude that is behind foreign aid. So I've already mentioned that. I read it a couple of weeks ago, and there was this idea, it was written, in the West of Africa, or some parts of it are looked at as some continuous crisis that to deal with, and it's also, the West needs to fix it and needs to save Africa. In a way, that's a continuation of colonial thinking, a more maybe benevolent one. It's not about extracting resources. It's not so much about political domination, but it's this idea of having this mission civilisatrice, this white man's burden. And that's, of course, not particularly respectful to think that way. So maybe some people, and most people in development aid are benevolent, so they don't have bad intentions, but maybe it's still a continuing thinking in that sense. Okay, then something that maybe speaks to the foreign policy topic more than the other some is actually foreign aid, development aid, often is not so much directed towards development, but it's a foreign policy tool on part of the nations in question, and that of course depends on the goals. At the moment, we live in turbulent times, and the Muzungu is nervous about Russia at the moment and other things. Yes, it's true, and of course sometimes the development aid is, so you get a little bit of development aid, and for instance you vote in the United Nations the way we want it. So that is just an example, but often development aid serves that goal. It depends. It was very obvious during the Cold War when we had these two camps, East and West, and often, the development aid was just keeping your allies in power rather than, developing the countries. And with regard to Germany, sometimes not only Germany, it's often also foreign aid. Maybe it's about trade relations. You say, okay, we pay you money, and you, for instance, take back your migrants, or it's you open your markets for us. That's also a trade that is often being done. You might be surprised to hear that Germany is still having some sort of development cooperation with China, although this country has grown out of that. And the reason why we still have it is mainly to enable business, which is not necessarily bad, but it shows, if you are realistic, foreign aid is not necessarily about development, it's about foreign policy, and you must always look a little bit at what is the interest behind what's going on. Then, and then finally, hopefully, I understand this room might be full of people in the so-called development industry, and if I'm too harsh, this might earn me a trip home by bus or something instead of, so I have to be careful. But of course, where development foreign aid really works, or obviously works, is of course those people who are employed in it. For some, actually quite decent, for others maybe less, And the first law of organizational sociology is any organization has the desire just to continue existing, that's it, regardless of that. Okay, by the way, you may have asked yourself what the wonderful curve is about. I think this is the development aid for Kenya until 2021. You see, it has increased quite as much as you maybe would expect. Okay, what I've told you is maybe very sobering and sounds very negative. You have to be careful, of course. I think the problem is not development aid or foreign aid; it's rather better development aid, or better. The first thing I always try to remind us, we should not expect too much from it, especially I don't know how it's here in Kenya. You may educate me on that. But in Germany, among the development and cooperation, is often that people expect it to be some sort of magic bullet. You have a few programs and everything will be changed, which of course is unrealistic. And and great expectations is the best first step to disappointment. Then attitude, that's also more directed to the West. The attitude, we have to reflect whether we're still thinking along these benevolent but paternalistic lines. So, and it's often you have speeches where it's eye level. That's something that's often. But I think the attitude still might be a little bit there, to be honest. So then again, better development aid is needed, and I'm happy at this point to point he's smiling at me because to raise your attention to an article authored by Stefan Friedrich and Matthias Kamp. Actually, I had it in the presentation before I knew that Matthias was on the conference. So, and no, it's really true. I hope you believe me. And they outline something on how to do development aid better. The two following sub-bullet points, if I may call them that way, are not necessarily what's in there. But my idea would be design development aid according to local conditions and needs, because it might work better this way. And then what I also believe is first, the donors in the West should be more honest about their interest, because if you claim to be purely altruistic and you're not, it's hypocrisy, and actually it's also no sin to have self-interest. The sin starts when your self-interest harms the other, and that's why you can have common interest, and if you don't have common interest, you can trade, and that's actually the next point. So you've heard that. Promote trade, not aid, because it's exchange, it's not asymmetrical. And I would also think, that African Continental Free Trade Area, I hope this is the right resolution of the acronym, that is really a great chance. It's also good for African countries to attract investment. And I would also say, not just from the West, I told you the Mzungu is nervous, not about only Russia, but also about China, because there's a competitor in Africa and it is an uneasy feeling. So I would think, first it's more competition, maybe that's good. And also I wouldn't see that in most of the cases Chinese investments harm the countries in question. So that maybe depend on the specific thing. And also, it was mentioned the Middle Eastern countries, I would be more cautious there, depending on the country. But United Arab Emirates or others might be not a problem. And then that's my last second point, identify causes of past success. We mentioned the success. We don't always look at failure and want to fix the failures, but we can also learn from the success. Why did that happen, that things improved? And if we know why it happened, we might have more of it. So, and finally, give innovation a chance. Of course, that's clear. It's about digitalization, about artificial intelligence. It's also, I was very impressed by that yesterday, it's also about agriculture. So we don't know that in the 20s there were artificial fertilizers were invented. And that's the main reason why we now can feed 7 to 8 billion people on the world. Otherwise, that wouldn't be possible. And finally, sometimes it might be very simple tricks. You may have already asked yourself, why is there this trolley? And actually, do you know that was only in 1970 that somebody had the idea to put wheels under a suitcase? It wasn't before that. And actually, it wasn't before the 90s that it was widely used. Okay, to me that might matter. And what I want to say with that, and that's why I'm also an optimist, sometimes very simple ideas may have a huge positive impact. I end on this optimistic note, and thank you for your attention, and look forward to the panel or the, okay, thank you.
I think he deserves a better. So I want to welcome the team that is playing
Dr.
the clip on
Director Konrad
Dr.
Adenauer
Korir
Stiftung,
Sing'oei, who is the
distinguished
Principal
friends.
Secretary, State Department for Foreign Affairs.
I have
We're
been
going
asked to address this important conference. Dr. Annette Schwantner, Country Director, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, distinguished friends. Dr. Annette Schwantner, Country Director, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, distinguished friends. I have been asked to address this important conference on the subject, Kenya in the community of nations, her role in AU and its position in the present geopolitics. I understand this subject to require a brief examination of how the country has approached its membership to regional and international governance institutions to advance its strategic interests and progress global imperatives. Ladies and gentlemen, upon gaining independence 60 years ago, Kenya assumed its rightful position as a member in the global community of nations, joining the Organization of African Unity, or AU, now rechristened AU, the United Nations, the Commonwealth, and other relevant multilateral organizations. It was Kenya's firm belief then, as now, that cooperation rather than competition and confrontation are the sine qua non of international and regional stability and the indispensable foundation for economic and social progress. Born of this belief, Kenya has invested tremendous capital in the evolution of African institutions, the African Union, regional economic blocs, and various political, legal, economic, and developmental organs of the AU. As a guidepost to its Pan-Africanist foreign policy, Kenya firmly upholds the sacrosanctity and inviolability of the principle of friendly relations with all for the collective good. By this principle, Kenya embraces the good neighborliness principle and is a known net exporter of peace mediation, peacekeeping, and peace enforcement in the region and beyond. Equally, the sanctity of sovereignty and territorial integrity remains a guiding principle in the execution of our foreign policy and the conduct of international relations. This principle aids Kenya's position whether on the continent or in far-flung Ukraine. The initiation of bilateral frameworks to reaffirm and demarcate our boundaries in particular, joint border commissions with our neighbors in Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Uganda have enabled conclusion of demarcation agreements and given buoyancy to the African Union's border program, whose timelines for concluding delimitation exercises across Africa lapsed 5 years ago. In viewing boundaries not as barriers but bridges, Kenya has embarked on a comprehensive strategy of lifting entry visa restrictions to all citizens of African states by the end of 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya's role in the AU is multifaceted. Kenya is a critical organizer of the continent, a coalition builder to help cohere Africa's common positions, and host to regional offices of AU organs, namely the African Institute on Remittances, the AU Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources, and the Africa Center for Disease Control, to name but a few. Kenya understands regional economic entities are the building blocks for continent-wide integration. Apart from being the second signatory and early ratifier to the treaty establishing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the country has been the focal point for pursuing the ratification of the tripartite agreement that would unlock free trade regime between three blocs: the East African Community, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, and SADC. Leveraging his position as the chair of the African Union Committee of African Heads of States and Governments on Climate Change, President Ruto, in the context of the African Climate Summit and in the run-up to COP28, continues to mobilize the continent to formulate a common position on climate change by seeking to recalibrate the continent's approach from one in which the boundaries of polluter and victim consistently lead to impulses and stalled negotiation to one where common but differentiated partnership based on financial and technological capabilities is encouraged and harnessed. Under this formulation and Kenya's green energy developmental success story, President Ruto has sought to showcase Africa's vast green energy resources, whether solar, hydro, geothermal, and green minerals, as opportunities which, if unlocked through investment, could assist the world in achieving net zero emission consistent with the UNFCCC. As democracy globally and on the continent continues to face its worst vicissitudes since the Second World War, and a dark wave of coup d'etats, third-termism, disinformation and fake news, Kenya continues to model and speak boldly for democratic governance as the approach to socio-political organizing most amenable to guaranteeing human rights, dignity, equal opportunity, and development for all. In anchoring this imperative, Kenya has few peers on the continent. At the international level, Kenya has been at the forefront of crucial processes aimed at the sustainable development of global commons, including oceans and blue economy, and more recently, the technological commons, particularly given the ubiquity of technology in human affairs and the increasingly worrying trend of cyber threats and the role of artificial intelligence in global security. Ladies and gentlemen and friends, on sustainable development, Kenya's role in the incarnation of the 2030 Agenda by co-chairing the Open Working Group on Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and by co-facilitating the intergovernmental negotiations on the 2030 Agenda was outstanding. As a true believer in multilateralism, Kenya continues to make deliberate efforts to advocate for the reforms of multilateral institutions and promoting a fair, equitable, just, and more inclusive rules-based global order. As a member of the C10, charged with the objectives of inter alia advocating enhanced African participation in governance of international financial institutions and developing a clear strategy for Africa's engagement with the G20, Kenya has been active in advocacy for inclusion of Africa in G20, which finally yielded fruit in Delhi last month. The emerging global order, despite current state of uncertainty, is clearly multipolar. In this context, Kenya's diplomatic true north will remain steadily anchored on the ethical values of solidarity, subsidiarity, and the pursuit of human progress. It will remain a regional lodestar in Pacific settlement, looking neither to the east nor the west, nor, for that matter, the desert, but firmly on the foundational principles that have so far guided its journey these 6 decades hence. In conclusion, in navigating the shifting geopolitical landscape and a world riven by a polycrisis characterized by multiple simultaneous shocks with strong interdependencies, intensified in an ever more integrated yet fragmented globe, Kenya's adaptability, values-based pragmatism, commitment to Pan-Africanism, multilateralism, and capacity to leverage its strategic interests will continue to shape its role regionally and globally. I thank you very much for inviting me.
Setting the stage.
Dr. Annette.
Okay. Setting the stage for our conversation this afternoon, and he's talking about Kenya's position amidst the shifting geopolitical dynamic at the world stage and not just at the region. And I'm not sure why we are not trending on Twitter because Kenya's relations, especially how this new administration is shifting, it's something that has been of interest to a lot of Kenyans, and I'm sure if we tweeted something about this conversation this afternoon, then we will get many Kenyans, those who are here and those who are not here, talking about it. So can we take, I know time is not on our side, but it will only take you less than 10 seconds, take a selfie and tweet about this conference today. You remember the hashtag? The hashtag is? Yeah, please just take a selfie. I know we have phones with selfies. You can even take a selfie with the government spokesperson right here and tag him. At least the government and his staff will be watching and, of course, retweeting because it's the boss in the picture. So please just take a selfie. Just move. Take a selfie with a friend. Take a selfie with someone you've not seen for a very long time and post. Let's make noise. Let's not just make noise about Serikali's idea. You know, let's make noise about what we are doing here. Have we taken selfies? Come, let's take a selfie. Please move and take a selfie. It's your opportunity to shine. Are we done taking selfies? That's the first stage. Have you taken a selfie? The next stage is posting now on Twitter, especially, and using our hashtag, Transforming a Nation 2023. Let's go now on Twitter and post, and tag whoever that you've taken a selfie with. Another 20 seconds to do so. Let's trend. It's Friday. I mean, when you look at Twitter, there's nothing important trending. There's nothing more important than this conference today. Please, young people, can you help our moms and dads to take selfies? They might not have an idea on how to do so. Please, let's trend. Let's trend. Have we posted? Let's use the hashtag. So let's continue posting. I know we've taken so many selfies, so we could be posting as the conversation goes on so that we don't waste much time. Nathaniel, I don't know how much time we have for the panel. I'd like to keep time, so you'll update me on that. So since you're busy posting, I'll not ask you to scan your tags, but I'll just take you through and welcome our panelists as I share their bios, so I'll not give you much work. Just keep posting and using our hashtag and tagging everyone. Let's talk about this. We've just been challenged by Professor that we need to stop looking at aid and shifting our focus from aid to trade. So let's now make noise on what is happening here so that it reaches as many people as possible. It's now time for a panel, for a conversation on Kenya's position when it comes to international relations and some of the areas that we'll be looking at. Even the sign language interpreters are taking their posting, so we're giving them also time to post. Eula, I see you. All right, so this afternoon, we want to talk about why Kenya's foreign policy matters in this multipolar world. We'll also touch on Kenya's position amidst a shifting geopolitical dynamic. I think the PS has touched on that. The president has already called for reforms at the African Union governance, so we'll look at what best could be done. We have the government spokesperson right here. He'll help us understand more on that. The status of the East African community integration. Of course, we have the Yala Member of Parliament. He'll tell us where Kenya stands and how Kenya finally can harness cooperation with the European Union and Commonwealth. And Nathaniel had requested me that we keep the conversation short, but welcome more questions during this final session. So I'll try my best to keep that time. I have no problem with keeping time. So let's now begin welcoming our guests, and I'll welcome them. They'll take their seats as I share their bio one by one. I begin with Onchari Oyeyo. Onchari is the International Relations Expert at the Relations Expert Center for African Progress, and I'll quickly share and read out what he stands for. But from the brief, please just take the first seat. Thank you. He's an international relations and governance expert, so he's better placed to tell us whether what, for example, the PS has said is true or not, and where we ought to be if we are to adapt to the changing world. So he heads the Center for African Progress, that's CAP, the preeminent research and leadership consultancy firm in Africa. Onchari has also his entry into college was through the University of Nairobi, where he studied education immediately after high school. And in addition to this, he has consulted for UNDP, and he also served as the senior political advisor for the county government of Nairobi from the year 2017 to 2020. So that's our first guest this afternoon. Please, a round of applause. I know he sat down quietly, but let's encourage him. He's the expert here, so he'll tell us his position as far as the expert point of view is concerned. The next guest that we are welcoming in stage is Honorable Maina Karobia. He's the Member of Parliament, East Africa Legislative Assembly, Iyala. Karibu sana to the stage. Karibu, just take the seat. Please, a round of applause for him. Please take the second seat right there, Karibu sana. I'll quickly go through his bio so that you understand who he is. He's not just an MP, but he has a wide knowledge in matters international relations. So he's a young, prominent Kenyan politician and a member of parliament. He's actually under 30 years. So you can imagine, is it okay if I mention your age here? All right, he's 28 years. You know, for ladies, you have to consult. He's 28 years of age, elected as the youngest member of parliament in the East African Legislative Assembly, Yala, and a resident of Kiambu County. As a member of parliament, Honorable Karobia has served or serves in the Committee of Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources. Is also a strong advocate for youth participation in the EAC matters. So Honorable Karobia is here to just tell us where we are as far as the East African integration is concerned, especially after removing the trade barriers. Thank you so much, sir, for making time for us this afternoon. The third guest that we are welcoming is Dr. Isaac Mwaura, the government spokesperson. Please, a round of applause. And I hope, Dr. you have enough energy, because I know there will be so many questions directed to you as far as Kenya's position, whether we've chosen West or East, and how we can balance politics and these relations. So I'll also quickly go through his bio so that you understand why he's among the panelists this afternoon. Dr. Isaac Mwaura is the 5th government spokesperson of the Republic of Kenya, and he has previously served as senator and member of parliament in Kenya. He holds a bachelor's degree from Kenyatta University, and Yes, KU, you represented, and MA in Development Studies from Nelson Mandela University. Yes, as a KAS scholar, and another MA in Social and Public Policy from the University of Leeds in England. He is actually a prolific writer and commentator, running a weekly column in the Star newspaper right now. And Dr. Mwaura is the chairman of the Albinism Society of Kenya and has addressed many local and international fora on various topics and thematic issues before, including the UN, EU Parliament, among others. So once again, a round of applause. The government is represented today. And our final panelist this afternoon, help me welcome Collins Odhiambo, Deputy CEO of Law Society of Kenya. Karibu sana, sir. I think I'll be forced to moderate while standing because the seats are not enough if I don't get another seat. All right, so also Collins Odhiambo, Deputy CEO of Law Society of Kenya. That's what he's serving right now, and he's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya of 19 years, good standing, and an alumni of Makerere School of Law, a good governance and democracy scholar, and also an alumni of, is it Liaspin, Center of Governance and Democracy, Washington, D.C. He's the former national coordinator for Africa Human Rights Education with Amnesty International, among other qualifications. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a team of experts that will be highlighting some of the positions for Kenya internationally. The government will be telling us the direction we are taking and why we are taking that direction. And the first question that I would want to ask before I take my seat, I would like to direct it to the government spokesperson. This is a new administration, 1 year on, so we want to understand whether you're still working with the 2014 document as far as Kenya's foreign policy is concerned, or do we have a new policy, and what are the pillars? Karibu, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm very excited to come before you here today as also, Madam Moderator, as a CAS alumni, actually. You can see I have the badge here, so I'm very much associated with Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, because one of my master's degrees in Nelson Mandela University was actually sponsored by Konrad. So I've worked with Konrad since 2008. I've also authored a book with them, Human Rights, Disability, and Development, a discourse that was published way back in 2009. So, it's very interesting that you're asking that question. And I think the question you're asking me, madam, is, are we looking west or east?
Precisely.
And I want to give you a very straightforward answer. We are looking at ourselves. Because when you look west, or when you look east, they also are looking at themselves. And therefore, it is important, their policy of government is to get the best out of the bilateral and multilateral relationships. Now, President William Samoei Ruto has been one of the most popular and sought after presidents within his first year of administration. I think over 40 heads of states have come to our country, and he's also visited quite a number of places. He's actually the new, sensation on the block. That tells you, because it's very, very clear. And so what we can get from Americans, we will get from Americans. What we can get from Germans, we get from the Germans. And what we can get from the Chinese, we will get from them. Because even them, they are also trying to get something out of us. But also, in the same vein, the government of President William Ruto, of which I speak for, has been very clear in providing leadership on the issue of climate change. It's not in doubt that the first Africa Climate Summit has just been held here in this country, and also there are several other AU meetings that have been held, as you may have heard yesterday when the president was giving his first State of the Nation address. So there is no doubt that Kenya is playing a very significant role, is not only getting its agenda on board, but also providing leadership on certain key global issues. It should not be lost to us that the Sustainable Development Goals were actually co-chaired by Kenya, and I participated in those negotiations in New York. Ambassador Macharia Kamau, the immediate former PS of Foreign Affairs, was actually the chair when he was ambassador at the UN Permanent Mission. So Kenya has really, we will be discussing, including, for example, calling on the de-dollarization of our economy, because of the fact that Americans now are buying back the dollars that they printed during COVID, and that is wreaking havoc in many economies, including on the fact that he has actually asked Africans to come to Kenya without any visa, free entry. I've just come from Namibia this morning, and that is one of the things that I was being asked by people from across Africa when I was in a meeting there leading an international delegation, so that we have intra-African trade. And he has been very key instrument, a very key voice, very instrumental in championing for the African Free Continental Trade Area, which I like to call AFCOFTA, because of the COFTA medicine, because that is what is going to provide the real transformation of Africa. Right. So I can go on and on, but I want to say, Madam Moderator, Kenya has actually taken its rightful role in providing leadership at the international level.
Right. Thank you so much for that response. I think as a governance expert, I'll welcome Onchari. You know, this statement by the government spokesperson, as an expert, you're able to tell us whether Kenya is looking at the east or west and what you think, because the spokesperson says that we are looking at ourselves. What do you think?
Thank you so much. And so far, when you look at yourself, it's called introspection from a psychological standpoint. So basically, it means you're confused, you're trying to find your bearing. And I thank you for that. The administration of His Excellency President William Ruto has been marked by flip-flopping when it comes to foreign policy for the last 1 year. And the nice things he's talked about Kenya for the last, let's say, like 7 months, talk about international conferences, talk about the visits we've gotten from so many dignitaries from around the world. It's nothing new. Kenya has had a very strong background or base when it comes to our position in the continent. We have the UN office here that serves so many countries around the continent. We have so many international organizations based in Nairobi. That is an infrastructure, it's a foundation that they found, that this administration found. It's not new. Now, what has happened is, obviously, since the Cold War and the emergence of other powers to, compete with the United States, we are now in a multipolar world. It's no longer a unipolar world. And it's a very dicey situation, and most countries always make mistakes. So, we saw the president invite the president of Iran at some point, and then, he was advised to stay somewhere. And what we expected was not what we saw. It was not the kind of state visit you'd expect, because obviously there was some kind of observation of the whole thing, and it was scaled down. At some point, the president seemed to be warming up towards Russia, but I think, again, there was some kind of thinking and afterthought, like, because of what's going on between the Russians and the Ukrainians, maybe it was not a good idea. And then the president obviously warms up very, very openly to the Americans and the Chinese. Now, what happens is we have 4 strategies countries can use when it comes to drafting or crafting a foreign policy. You can be... And
we'll get to that. I
Yes.
think you've said it's very clear that we are flip-flopping. That's
Yes.
the term that you've used. I'll also welcome Honorable Karobia to tell us, as government, because the previous administration, it was very clear from experts that it was leaning more to the east, but the government seems like he's saying looking at the west more, but the government spokesperson says that we are looking at ourselves, not west or east. As a part of this government, what would you say? Where are we as a country?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, the Transforming a Nation Conference. Thank you for the invitation. But allow me to say that states are not, on the international stage, they are not friends. And generally, because the currency of relations of states is actually more of political relations among states. We are not a friend of either the West or the East, like what the government spokesperson, because he is actually well placed to even speak on behalf of government policy. I think as a nation, or even as a state, at the international stage, we are driven by our own national interest. And that's why you'll find the president, on one side, he is visiting the Western countries, on the other side, he is visiting the Eastern countries. Right now, as we speak here, he is in the Middle East. Really, we cannot limit ourselves or our friendship with any global power or any state anywhere, in any part of the world, by just being a friend of a particular state. We are driven by the national interest that we have. And remember, the foreign policy, because the president is actually the chief executive of the foreign policy of any state, is driven actually by the campaign manifesto that he was voted on. Remember, any relation that the president has is based on the manifesto that he was elected on. And I think more of what the president is doing right now is what you would call economic diplomacy. Remember, he got the country on actually when we were in an economic hole, and he's trying to get us at least, you know, you don't dig deeper. You actually try to fill up so that you come to a level ground. And that's what the president is trying to do when he's doing these visits, when he's creating this friendship within a country. We are not aligned to any country. Ours, or what we are doing, is actually we are driven by the national interest. The national interest are actually shaped by the campaign manifesto upon which we elected him on. Yes.
All right, and let me welcome Collins Odhiambo on this before we get to the specifics. The government critics have accused, especially the president, of quote-unquote being a puppet of the West. Do you agree with the government spokesperson and Honorable Karobia that the government is not leaning on any side, and does it even matter?
Well, thank you so much. Thanks for inviting me. And also, I'd want to acknowledge a very dear friend, a Pan-Africanist, Churchill, Suba Churchill. We've walked this journey with him, he knows. Yes, we were in the trenches. Some of us were out of this country as exilees. I went for my studies out of the country. One thing that I discover from what is being said, Kenya has not changed anything. This ideology of pursuing nothing ends up with getting nothing for us. We must actually align ourselves to a specific direction that we might be able to achieve something. You cannot say you're a friend of China when you know China is having a problem with the US. You also call yourself a friend of US. You stand out as a sore thumb, an isolated traitor among the committees of nation. I believe that was the perception that first started. Eventually, there's been a very steady language which our president spoke that we are very keen on pursuing when he took the position that was taken by the late Gaddafi. Africa must stand alone, the borders must be broken, we must have one currency. We must trade together. That is a very laudable thing about what the government has done. To that extent, whatever has been said by the government spokesperson and the honorable member is very, very true. Our position as the Law Society of Kenya is that we would wish to see a situation where the government remains faithful to the rule of law. This whole ideology of us running to the court and getting conservatory orders against the government, it leaves a bad taste in the mouth. Let us walk the talk, let us follow the rule of law and deliver for the people of Kenya. There is no separation when it comes to sovereignty. Whether you are in government or out, we are all taxpayers. Our clarion call to the government, live to the promises you made. We shall be faithfully paying the taxes and also holding the government accountable wherever it is, we are called about to do so. Thank you.
Right. Dr. Maura, I am not sure, what do you think, or what's your take on the importance of, as a country, taking aside, because Othiambo is saying there's no point of, for example, you want to be a friend of the, let's say, China and the US at the same time, and you know they have issues, then we might end up being caught up in those issues. But you said that we are looking at ourselves. So what are some of the considerations that you've put in place as you look at looking at ourselves and not choosing any direction?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. You know, this is a Tanga-Tanga government. That is how we won power. We Tanga-Tanga here, we Tanga-Tanga there. And eventually we win. We convince everyone, we got our way. It's the same policy, my brothers and sisters. Because when you look at Americans, by 2048, the economy of China and India will be bigger than that of America. All factors held constant, ceteris paribus. So America will be a third economy. And I spent time at the Chinese Academy of Governance, actually. And then they say they are not interested in having a superpower, but they are very keen on being the biggest economic power. So the Americans can continue policing the world. I mean, of course, when you have the money is when you can police, isn't it? So for us also, as Kenyans, we see very interesting situation. What is a game of Americans? And look very keenly at the international level. America is trying to court India on its side. So that if then India is seen to be on their side, then the first and the third economy, then China will be isolated. But you also see China and America, you know, agreeing on certain issues. The US Treasury is actually owned by the Chinese. So who are we therefore to continue using the post-Second World War, the Cold War, you know, map to navigate the current situation? It's like using the map of Nairobi to navigate Mombasa. The world has shifted. In fact, and indeed, the veto powers of the UN are no longer the ones who call the shots in global geopolitics. They've just held it together as a relic of the triumphalist, you know, post-Second World War scenario. However, Kenya now sits in the Security Council. There have been very serious, you know, calls for reforms of these institutions because we are self-determining. And the professor who was with us here before clearly stated that Africa has grown, and Matthias Kemp is here, my friend. He's written a very good paper about it. So we are not, it's not just Africa crisis after crisis. We are now a lower middle income economy. Even when I travel around Africa, I can tell you things are changing. The other day I was in Zambia. The Zambia I was in 14 years ago is not the same. Go to Addis Ababa, you can see it's actually rising. So we cannot continue therefore to be told, Madam Moderator, to choose sides for their own sake. We cannot choose Americans and forget that China can help us to build roads. We cannot forget that Russia can also help us to arm our army. We get the best. Whoever has got the best deal, we will tanga-tanga with them, and eventually we will win. Thank you.
All right. And before I come to you on Chari, let me engage Honorable Karobia. I know you're in support of what the government spokesperson is saying, and it's important to ask you this question. The tanga-tanga when it comes to the geopolitics, you know, is that something that advised the Kenya Kwanza administration to tanga-tanga internationally as it did locally and, of course, won the election? Or have you considered probably the consequences that might come with this, both positive and negative?
You know, the Tanga-Tanga strategy has proven a successful strategy, even at the local level. And we can take that strategy even at the international level. But be that as it may, allow me to say that when we came to power, we found a very serious strategy, serious challenge financially. And we had a lot of financial commitments with international development partners. I think the best way to fix that challenge is actually bringing those people on the table, or even yourself getting to the table, renegotiate, restructure some of the financial commitments that you had with those people, so that you don't find yourself defaulting some of the commitments that you made with these international development partners. Because the other side of it is, if you default, you find yourself with a scenario of the Argentinian administration or the Ghanaian state, the kind of financial hole they are in. So I think for the president and also any government official, be it a minister or even a PS, for us to get ourselves to fix the problem that we had or we got ourselves in, is that we need to tanga at the international level, bring these people on the table, our creditors, we renegotiate and we restructure the commitments that we had. And I think that's what the president is doing. And maybe no president or any leader anywhere can just be merrymaking or can just be going for a visit without any value. Because he has a constitutional duty to fix the challenges that we have and also take us to the aspirations that we have as a people. And that is what is informing all the trips, all the meetings that the government and also government officials have been having with the development partners.
Right.
So allow me to say that at the international level, I think now that Tangatangalin has proven a successful strategy to fix political challenges, I think we can also take it to the financial challenge that we have to fix it. And I think we are going to see fruits of all these trips.
All right.
In I think 1-2 years, I think we should give this government a benefit of doubt so that we see how it is going to take place. But
Right.
As an insider, we have a whole campaign platform upon which we were elected on. And I think the people of Kenya still have confidence in our president in regards to the trips he has been making, in regards to the meetings that he has made, in terms of the jobs that he is trying to negotiate even with other governments. We do see almost every other month we are receiving a head of state in this country.
All right.
Really, people cannot be coming to a country if we are not offering any value. It means as a state, we are offering a certain value to these countries. And I think one of the resources that we have as a country is what you call human resource. And that is what, as a government, we are capitalizing on, so that we can have what you would call also foreign direct investment back to our country. Thank you.
So I'm told you need to finish by 1:40, and I need to also take questions from, I know there are so many of them. So I want to do 2 more rounds with them. We are not done yet, just 2 more rounds of questions. Then I open the floor for you. So not now, I'll forget. So let me talk to you on Chari. When you started, or when you're opening this panel discussion, you said that Kenya is flopping. I'm not sure that that's a good thing according to you, because the government spokesperson, Honorable Karobia, they have said the Tanga strategy worked nationally, and it's time for them to advance it internationally. But do you think Kenya's foreign policy is designed in a way that it can respond to the ever-changing state of politics globally?
Thank you so much. Very quickly, just before I get to that, I'll give you the numbers from the Center for African Progress. Over the last 8 months, Kenya has moved out of 168 countries. We're number 144 in safety and security, number 108 in market access, living conditions, number 131 out of 167, health, number 114 out of 167, education, number 113 out of 167, and we've moved from number 4, GDP in Africa, to number 7. So that is over the last 8 months. And of course, you know the way Kenyans are complaining. Those are numbers, and they say numbers don't lie. When it comes to flip-flopping, when you flip-flop, obviously you cannot be trusted by anyone. Anytime you pivot towards the United States, the Chinese will be suspicious of you. So any kind of support they give you will be moved. And like I began saying, there are 4 strategies that a nation can use to engage the rest of the world. When you are a major power, because of time, you can go to primacy. Primacy means you basically control the choices of other nations. There's isolationism. You look inside, you look at yourself, you focus on yourself, but that is when you're self-sufficient. You have the resources to develop and move forward on your own. We cannot afford that because we don't have all that we need. So we're left with selective engagement and cooperative security. Now, Kenya, of course, as a third world country, we need to be engaging with the rest of the world in a very selective manner. So it narrows down to the quality of the decisions made. For example, a couple of days ago, you saw Uganda pulling away from importing oil through the port of Mombasa because of the decisions we made as a country. Now they'll be using Tanzania. So when you talk about the standing of the nation or the country with the rest of the world, or with regard to the rest of the world, there's a decline from around a score of around 50 to around 34 now. And it did not begin with the election of William Ruto as president. It began with the actions of the other president. For example, you remember at some point there was a contest between Mahamat of Chadi and our own Amina Mohamed for AU Commission chair, which we lost, of course, after spending so much money, and that kind of thing. So flip-flopping makes you an ally who cannot be trusted. And over time, when we look at the kind of investments we have, we call them traditional investments. When the British come here, when the Americans come here, we get excited. But we forget this is a former colony of the Britons. So they have so much interest here. They're used to the climate of Nanyuki. They can send their troops down the train. It's nothing to be excited about. So the quality of the decisions made by a nation determines the success we get. It also determines the kind of benefit we get from the engagements we get involved in. So east or west, we have to make a decision. Every single day we're confronted with happenings or phenomena that requires us to actually do what? To make decisions and take stances. As a nation, we cannot afford to tanga today with the Chinese, the Americans, the Russians. Some of these are moral situations that require us to actually to take positions. And when it comes to like what Honorable Karobia said, a nation has what we call the national interest. It can be economic development, it can be military strength, and all that. So for Kenya, because it's a small country, we're a third world country, we're still trying to progress. It's all about empowering citizens. It's all about looking for a market for our young men and women who graduate from our schools and don't get jobs. But then again, yesterday, Professor Iraq talked about transferable what? Skills. Our education system is very mediocre. Most of the time when you clear from here with your degree, you cannot go to some other place and function either as a doctor or even a computer science scientist because of the nature of the quality of education we have. We rank number 113 out of 167 in the world. So that is why when we send, that is why our young girls are actually struggling to go to Saudi Arabia and engage in what we call modern day slavery. They come back in coffins and it's not even talked about. We have the National Employment Authority, which does not do anything. So we don't even have a record of the girls who come back in coffins. And when that happens, our respect as a nation goes down. Ukienda mahali you have a Kenyan passport, or you from Kenya, or you can only serve as a what? A domestic servant. So those things contribute to our standing as a what? As a nation. So we cannot be delusional about our strength until we take stock of what we have and come up with workable strategies for progress. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I know most of the questions will come from the audience, but allow me to shift our focus, Odhiambo, to the African Union. And I'll also be asking the government spokesperson the same question, but differently. The president recently called for reforms in the African Union governance, and he said that the AU needs to conform with the current realities. Would you say there are loopholes in the African Union in terms of governance, and if yes, how can they best be addressed?
Well, I won't go into the depth of that because I don't really understand what the president meant. What I know is that on the ground, things are different here. And we need to introspect as a country. Let us do a SWOT analysis with our foreign strategy, because things have changed since, even economically. Ethiopia never used to produce flowers. Nowadays they produce flowers, and they're actually overtaking us in Europe as a country that produces flowers. Earlier on, there was no South Sudan. South Sudan has come as a new country, it is also providing opportunity for agriculture. What most Kenyans don't know is that South Sudan can actually harvest 4 times. When they get it right, this illusion about Kenya being the agricultural breadbasket here, it will basically be diminished. You saw what Professor Bingwa Mutharika did in Malawi. Took him 6 months. Malawi became the largest net producer of maize in Africa. So things have actually shifted so much that even Tanzania, which was mainly driven by communism values, has now opened up its market to capitalism. I believe if the president was speaking in light of this development to help bring change, then it would be useful. But calling for change just to get position so that we can be heard among so many other people would be like a dwarf comparing himself with other dwarfs and saying, I'm now tallest. It doesn't help, you see. We really need to be more pragmatic in the approaches we are making. Let us be more consultative. I believe that is going to help us, but let's try and learn from the past. I like a book called Betrayal in the City, especially the scene where 2 friends meet in a jail. Then one asks another, what's your name? He says, my name is Moseso Watonga. Yes, I know what it means. It means remember the past. Let us remember the past and begin learning from those ancient kingdoms like when the Mutopa Kingdom, the Zimbabwe, where Nyatita Mutemba made his exploit, became the biggest nation state, and because of lack of strategy of expansion, his state died at the rate at which it developed. We must learn from mistakes of the past and come through to take our rightful position within the region. Thank you.
And are there loopholes within the African Union, or is it Kenya that is having a problem with the African Union? And Dr. Mwaura, I'll give you an example. For example, during the Israeli-Hamas war, we saw the Kenyan statement contradicting with that of the African Union chair. So how would you explain that?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it is true that we require reforms at the African Union. I was there in January of this year, and sometimes it's a shame that even the headquarters of the AU is a sponsorship by the Chinese. I think if I remember some 10 years back, they may have spent about $200 million to do it. And just coming from Namibia, I visited their National Museum, which was actually built by the the North Koreans. So it's quite a shame at times. And you sometimes feel like we sell our birthrights, almost literally. I remember seeing loads and loads of copper, being transported by the sea from Zambia. So the question that we need to ask ourselves, can we found our own initiatives? We as Africans. I dissuade this notion that I'm hearing from my fellow panelists here as belittling the African. By, for example, saying you cannot do domestic labor because it is cheap and your passport is cheap. I don't agree with that. That is how China built itself, by providing cheap labor to produce, to become the industry of the world. That is how India used its population to actually leverage on issues of health and medicaments. So we also have our leverage here as Africa. And if you look at African populations, again, another notion that is not quite true, African populations tend to go with the size, African economies, tend to go with the size of populations. That is why Nigeria is number 1, 28th in terms of nominal GDP in Africa, and followed by South Africa because of its robust mechanization since the 1600s, because of the Boers and, of course, all of the way. Kenya was number 3, 4, playing around with Angola, and now, because of Ethiopia, the Tigray War, being put in control, they are leveraging on their huge population of 110 million people. So let us not try to say Kenya is losing its position. It's just that when some people resolve their internal problems, then of course the due advantage that we have may not be very much to advantage. But we must give credit that we've been able to hold that strong. And also, when you tell us to take positions, you realize that countries that had looked east, left-leaning communist countries, when they look right, they tend to change dramatically because of the material culture that actually informs their economic takeoff. That is what happened in China when Deng Xiaoping said, it doesn't matter if the cat is black or white, as long as it catches the mice. And they benefited from Mao Zedong's material culture and unity, and forward they moved. It's the same case with, I am seeing the same parallels after Ujamaa with Tanzania and also the socialist governments of Ethiopia. It takes time, just like the professor was here who said the wheels were attached to our suitcases in the 70s. They only became popular in the 90s. It takes about 20 years to solve a problem. Now, what is then happening? Because you asked me this question. You should remember there are the Kagame reforms of the African Union, which then gave some self-funding mechanism, because most of the AU was being funded by the former colonialists, actually. But 0.2% of everything that is imported or into Africa should go into a kitty. That has really helped. And you look at even AFCOFTA, it is actually proposing further reforms so that we Africans can fund our own. Because he who pays the piper calls the tune. Now here at home, what is the president doing? Because all politics is local. All politics is local. He is an agricultural economist par excellence. He has identified subsidization of production, like through fertilizer. He has actually come up with 9 value chains. Like, for example, to have sunflower planted here so that we are able to make our own cooking oil, a 25 billion shilling economy, so that we are self-reliant. The country industrial parks, so that we generate our own industry. We generate our own, we grow our own industry, because at independence we are 20% of the GDP. Now it has come down to 7%. We are borrowing other people's savings. And you can see from a saving of 1.6 billion every month, now we are saving over 6.5 billion. So that we have a saving culture and borrow from ourselves. So these are some of the measures. Retiring, short-term commercial debt, like the Eurobond. That is, we are not going to default, because Kenya was supposed to be the third country to default. So we are trying to manage a very serious situation. The Kenya Kwanza administration is right of center, it believes in free market economy, so there are no ambiguities about our ideology. And so it's the same gospel that we are moving forward. The idea of thinking that Africans will continue to depend on aid and to take cue from other countries, nobody has your best interest. In fact, it has been said by the moderator that aid rewards failure. We want to be equal partners towards the development of our country and our continent.
Thank you so much. Finally, as we wind up, I will not let you go, Honorable Karobia, before you tell us the status of the East African integration after removing the trade barriers. Please, in a minute, as I stand up and pick the questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. In the East Africa, we have 4 pillars that inform the integration process. And number 1 is the issue of custom union that came to operationalization in 2010. Number 2 is customs union, which also came to operation the same year, enforcement actually, in 2010. Number 3 is monetary union, where we want to have a single currency. It was mooted in 2013. We gave ourselves 10 years for operationalization, but it has actually been forwarded again for 5 years. Number 4 is political federation. We are actually on the verge of creating a constitution, a draft copy of the constitution of how we are going to come to a federal state. In Kenya, last 4 months, we did consultations in Nakuru, Embu, Nyeri, Mombasa, and Kisumu as part of what we would call public participation. We have already done public participation in Uganda. Now we are going to Tanzania so that we can come up with a draft copy of the constitution. Kenya, we are represented by Senator Amos Wako, who is the vice chair of the technical committee coming up with that constitution. Let me say that the intra-EAC trade vis-a-vis the global trade accounts for 20%. That means that East Africa community is actually the leading regional community in regards to intra-regional trade in Africa. So I think we are doing well, but there's still work in progress. I must also say we have a common East African electronic passport. Anyone person who has a passport in East Africa, remember we have a common passport at the East Africa level. We have also worked towards removing the visas. Actually, visas are not operating in either of the East Africa countries for the East African citizens. So, and also a work permit in some of the countries such as Uganda and Rwanda and Kenya. And it is work in progress in other 4 states within the East African community. So it is work in progress. Remember, these are a question of also sovereignty. But as East Africa, we have a principle of consensus. And that is the principle that we work on in regards to how we move forward.
All right.
Allow me to say this, moderator. I'm moving a motion in East Africa.
Okay.
Actually, I was moving it the day before yesterday to answer what the government spokesperson was saying, that we need to reduce the funding of our development by other countries or by other political unions. Because you'll find the European Union actually accounts to so much contribution to East African community. And I've been pushing the last 1 week. In fact, it has been a very heated debate to a point that Parliament has been adjourned 3 times. And I've told the Speaker in that particular Parliament that whether we continue adjourning the Parliament or not, one day, one time, this year, we are going to have a conversation about countries honoring their financial obligation. We cannot be having countries such as Kenya and Tanzania and Uganda and Rwanda remitting money, yet there are some countries who are just waiting for us to contribute, and for them they have arrears of almost 4 years.
All
so
right.
it is something that I'm taking up as a member of Parliament, and I'm very much committed to that particular cause. It doesn't matter what kind of political consequences it will have, but we must have countries honoring the financial obligation as per the Treaty of EAC.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, please, before we take questions. I'm told we need to wind up in 10 minutes. I hope we can get 5 more. But here are the rules for the questions. Please ask only one question so that we give other people opportunities. Don't ask a question, don't repeat a question. If you hear someone has asked a question, you don't have to re-emphasize. And then you need to also mention who you're directing the question to. I was told to be loyal. So let me look at this side and pick one person who. Right. One on this side, one on this side. All right, one on the, ladies, I'm gender sensitive. I've picked one on this side. So I'll come for the second round to you. So on this side, I need a lady. I'll pick this lady here. And that lady. So those are 4 questions. Please stand up, all of you, very quickly. The 4 first round. I'm hoping we can do at least 3 rounds. But let's also request our panelists to respond as fast as possible in maybe a minute or less so that we hear from other people. So let's begin from my right. Your name and who you're directing the question to.
Soba Churchill is my name. My question is directed to the government, the official government spokesman. There are actually 2 there, but I'm directing it to Isaac Mwaura. In the process of tangatangering and trying to get anything from anyone else out there, Kenya's relationship with Uganda is currently constipated. Uganda is second, I think the largest trading partner with Kenya, occasionally competing with the UK. Is there a fallout? Is there a fallout between Yoweri Museveni and his Kenyan counterpart? Don't you think this flip-flopping and tangatangering is not in the best interest of Kenya? And especially so with respect to Uganda being Kenya's largest trading partner. Thank you.
It seems every question will go to Bwana Isaac, because you are the official government, and this is about Kenya and other countries. One quick one. You probably avoided saying whether we are friends with the East or the West, but let me refresh it. You are talking about our interest. We only look at us, and we only look at our interest. What exactly is our interest? With regards to things like us sending police to Haiti, what is our interest out of that? If it is not Americans' interest. Then a quick one, wait, a quick one, yeah? President William Ruto and Kenya chairs the head of states for Africa on climate change. We convened a big forum in Africa, in Kenya, earlier this year on climate change. Then we only got 12 heads of state from 50 countries plus Africa. Is that an achievement to you? Are we able to even, because we are saying Tanga thing is working for us. If we cannot convene African heads of state here, not even a half, only 12 out of 50 plus countries, and you want us to take that as achievement?
All right. I hope the panelists are writing your questions, because you're picking all questions and then summarize. Oh, he didn't say his name, but at least you didn't say your name. Meshach.
Okay. My name is Anne Kanyi, Vice Chair, Wiper Party. We know, and this question actually goes to Mheshimiwa Isaac. We know that the sure way for us to get out of foreign aid as a country and as a continent is for us to build a vibrant economic environment that helps us fully benefit from available market as we create economical sustainability. My question is, what are we doing strategically as a country to prepare ourselves to fully benefit from the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement that is a great opportunity for our economical sustainability? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please summarize your questions, don't explain. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I spoke earlier. My name is Evelyn Mwanzo, a former member of County Assembly. My question goes to Honorable Karobia. One of the mandates I know that you have as a member of IALA is to liaise with the national assemblies of partner states on matters relating to the community. Since you joined that parliament, what has been your contribution to the same? Thank you.
Right, the final person for the first round.
My name is Aduma Wilkista from Run for Office, and I'd like to make a comment and a question as well in under a minute. And my comment is that my mentors tell me hope is a bad strategy. And I've heard Tangatanga speaking about Tangatanga being a strategy for something to pan out. I don't think that's something that we should sit down and tell millions of Kenyans, and particularly young people right now, who are experiencing a lot of problems because of lack of opportunities. And that ties in with my question that goes directly to Honorable Karobia. We are aware that globally we are facing a youth bulge, and rightly put by the panelists that industrialization has had export of labor being at the core of some of these. I'd like to hear from Honorable Karobia, specifically what opportunities can youth harness within the EAC as far as removing barriers to trade are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please don't repeat the questions. And if it's also related, don't ask it. Let's be very quick. I want to take another round because I want our panelists to answer all their questions at a go. So I'm beginning on this side. So the other time it was a gentleman on this side, so I'm looking at a lady on this side. There's only one lady raising her hand on this side, so you go first, and then on this side I'm looking at also, let's say a lady or a gentleman here. There's no lady here. It was previously a gentleman.
It was me before her.
So who goes first? Him. All right, he'll
Yeah.
go. Here. All right, here. And then on that end, let's have a gentleman on this side. So now I've given the front row, so let me give the guy at the end. Thank you. Very fast, in 20 seconds. Please summarize your questions, beginning here.
Yes, thank you. My name is Mike Hissa. I'm an engineer by profession. Yeah, my question goes to the government spokesman. It goes without saying that the best tool is correct information and the right statistics. You alluded to the decline of the United States by around 2048 compared to the other superpowers. But research rather indicates that America's best days have been during its times of internal stability and industrialization. So as a country, what are you doing to prepare Kenya for the future by focusing our energies on building our industries, by taking advantage of the institutions that have become fairly strong right now, so that we can position ourselves as solution providers in future across the industrial spectrum, as opposed to diplomacy. Rather, it's not even diplomacy. This is, it's below par. We're just engaging in a lot of shuttling that might not give Kenyans what they value for, be it their votes or their time, skill, and resources.
Okay, thank you. Do we have the mic?
I have a comment in a minute.
No, wait. No, wait. Next round, please. Next round.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, the panelists, for this engaging conversation. My name is Dr. Elise. I'm the Dean at the Hekima Institute of Peace Studies and International Relations. And my question goes on the issue of refugees, migration, and security. This country has been a force of good from the 60s in hosting so many waves of refugees in this country. And as of now, we still have camps where young kids are confined for 20 to 40 years. And this is a concept that is really old and it has some colonial roots. Is it possible to suppress these camps and integrate the refugees in such a way that they can be a strength to the economy of the country? And the second one has to do with...
One question.
Okay.
One question.
It is related.
One question, please.
Yes, how are you? I hope you are all well. To our honorable members, thank you so much. And I want to talk to the Tanga government, as you've said. Also, I have a question for you, and I direct that to Honorable Mwaura. So there are some statements that were made just recently by our president, Dr. William Ruto, about Mambo Matatu. So the Mambo Matatu has really affected people, and people are really scared. They cannot maybe contribute in making laws. So even if people have problems, they have just to keep them for themselves. So what strategies do you have to bring back faith and take away the fear that Kenyans have? Thank you.
All right. The last one. What is his name? George Kisaka.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm Joseph Owino. I'm an international relations student. And the government spokesperson, Mr. Isaac Maura, is my good friend and a close ally within the disability affairs. So my question is this, and thank you for bringing out the Tangatanga analogy brazenly clear, but it is doing us more harm than good. Because we look into one, Kenya is embroiled in a great tourism quagmire within our JKIA. We are having even the two CSs making, giving presses at the same time, and it's to the opposite direction. And with that, we are blocking the market because Kenya is a great tourist market. And with that, our economy is doing, with our dwindling economy, we are not opening up the scope. And with the labor market, we are having a lot of issues because we look into the president making, giving us now each and every day that even a country, is promising us jobs more than their population. And how is this working out to support the youth development? Because with the Tangatanga policy, thank you. With the Tangatanga analogy, we are seeing the scholarship and labor scandals that are affecting the future of the millions of the youth of this country that are even embroiling the foreign embassies and the countries that would have opened up more opportunities for our youth for their development and for their futures. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now the final round. The final round. Right, it's hard now to choose. Let me choose this gentleman here. This lady. Anyone here? So that's two people. Okay. Here, and that lady. You, yes. So let's be quick.
Okay. My name is Edward Kakumo, an international relations practitioner, as well as student. I have a simple question. How are we, I look at Law Society of Kenya participating in this event, and I'm wondering where, other associations, professional associations, existing in this country. So I'm just wondering, and I know such associations were working very well in Libya, where Muammar Gaddafi's principle and the Green Book were working very well there. So I'm just wondering where are professional societies, associations in this country, and how can we start harnessing such professional societies and associations in this country.
Thank you.
They can, push us forward.
Your question is directed to who?
I believe,
Odhiambo, you can take it.
Odhiambo, but I can as well give it to the Oye?
Onchari?
Yeah.
All right, so Onchari, you pick that question.
Well. Yes, but they can both try and handle it.
It has to be one because of time. All right. So yes, please.
I'm Esther. My question goes to Colleen Odhiambo. I'd like to know how possible it is to achieve a common currency, common East Africa currency when de-dollarization is going to take quite some time. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Ben Odhiambo. My question goes to Dr. Isaac Maura. Doctor, you pointed out clearly that the Tangatanga government is on its way of looking east or west. We are thinking of ourselves. But as you look on the east or west direction, my question is, what is the strategic implication on this? What if nothing works out totally? What is our fallback position, considering on the effects on the strategic alliance, the diplomatic challenges, as well as the geopolitical space?
And I'm cutting you short now. Making his way to this conference room, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. also accompanied by Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka. He's also the chair of the ongoing National Dialogue Committee. So please, a round of applause. Let's stand as we welcome our guests this afternoon. Honorable Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka, and other leaders, please welcome to this forum. Right, we may now get seated. All right, thank you so much once again for being here. We're just talking about Kenya and her neighbors, where we stand as far as the foreign policy is concerned and why this is important. So the last question to our panelists. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Rose. I'm a political scientist, and my question goes to the government spokesman. You've spoken a lot and said that the Tanga policy on the international space, it really does work. But my question is, what exactly is our national interest? Where exactly do our morals stand, even as we go about in these different countries seeking their help or their aid? Are we going out and changing our policies depending on what they require from us, or do we actually have a standing strategy as a country that this is exactly our national interest and this is what we want to gain from these particular people? Thank you.
Right, thank you so much for those questions. We're now going to have our panelists answer to them, and Nathaniel will tell us if we'll have more time for more questions, but for now we want to take those. Seems most of the questions are directed to the government spokesperson, so you'll finish, but we start with you, Onchari. There was a question directed to you. And for those joining us, we were having a session on why Kenya's foreign policy matters in a multipolar world. So welcome, Onchari. I'm sure you know your question and respond to it.
Thank you so much. And I take this opportunity to also recognize the presence of the Prime Minister and the former Vice President. For the question about the participation of other professional organizations in such events, it's all about proactiveness. A number of professional organizations in the country are led by people who are not involved in the management of the affairs of the state. So such events take place without them knowing, and even when they know, they don't take steps that are meant to have them get invited to show up. So if you are professional in any body, let's talk about maybe lawyers, for example, where Collins comes from, a banker, an economist, a political scientist like my friend over there. Make sure you have leaders who have an open mind, people are active, people are aware of what's going on, so that anytime there's an event like this one that is being organized, you guys are being represented. And then, of course, there's what we call consumption of information. Information is power, and the moment you're not empowered, you're basically weakened. So make sure your professional bodies have access to information. You collect information pathways, talk about phone numbers, talk about email addresses, so that you can share them with people who are known for organizing events like KS here, so that anytime there's an event, you're invited.
All right.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Honorable Karobia.
Yes, thank you. I want to recognize our seniors and the foremost leaders of our country, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and His Excellency Vice President Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. The question that was asked is on the issue of the progress of the Yala members of Parliament in regards to liaison with the members of the National Assembly and the Senate. I want to report that other than the National Assembly, we do give periodic reports and briefs to the President of the Republic of Kenya and also the Ministry of EAC on monthly basis. It is actually, it informs part of the policy direction that the country takes in relation to its to other partner states within the EAC. And it actually informs the decisions that we do make at the EAC level. We also do liaise with, so far we have liaised with the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defense in regards to the security status. I remember the Kenya Defense Forces is in the DRC. We have been given a security brief. We have been given security briefs to that particular committee in that regard. so that they can take the necessary steps in regards to execution of the committee, the parliamentary committee mandate with the relevant ministries.
Okay.
In regards to the opportunity of the young people, I was asked by my friend Kista. We have the trading opportunities within the EAC. Remember, as an EAC, when you establish a company within the EAC and you are selling a product within the EAC, you are issued actually with a certificate of origin. The certificate of origin of any product from EAC exempts you from all manner of duties that you would have been asked as a foreigner in those partner states. So there is the insurance of certificate of origin, as long as you are a citizen of the partner states from EAC. There is also the issue of employment opportunities. There is an existing protocol on mutual recognition of academic qualification. Personally, I'm working on a bill in that particular wavelength so that it complements the protocol on mutual recognition of certificates. That means that a good friend of mine, like Collins, can go and practice law in either of the partner states within the East Africa. So we are working towards such a registration so that it now becomes a law that is binding within the East Africa. The other thing is on the scholarship. We have the University Council of East Africa, which actually issues scholarship opportunities to students within the East Africa community. Actually, a student ID is recognized as a travel document within the East Africa community. So these are some of the opportunities that we do have for young people within the East Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Maina Karobia. We now come to you, Mr. Collins Odhiambo.
Thank you so much. Part of the question that I'm supposed to respond to has been responded to. And allow me first to recognize the presence of Senior Counsel Kalonzo Musyoka, the former Vice President, the former Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. We are deliberating on how to make Kenya more attractive as a destination one, and also to posture it for better foreign relation. It is said that actions speak louder than words. We need to make ourselves more attractive by coming up with very good practices. The laws, as observers of observers of the rule of law, I believe we shall attract better partners in terms of relations. We don't have to go begging and tangatangering around. Let us rule by example. We have to let the action speak for us so that the other countries can come because they're attracted. But otherwise, tangatanga could be a new method of doing business. We are waiting to see. It has been 1 year, but the situation is bad, as I indicated earlier, because Kenya is the only country now where marriage is going to be very expensive. In order to marry, you have to pay 30,000 shillings. How many people will afford it? So let us be faithful to the rule of law, but most importantly, I believe consultation at different levels would be able to bear us out. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you so much for that. And the last person to respond is Dr. Isaac Mwaura. So many questions directed to you. I hope you're going to summarize them and satisfy everyone. Please, the stage is yours. Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. I must recognize the presence of my former party leader, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, former Prime Minister, who I was privileged to serve as an advisor in his office, and also Member of Parliament. And also former Vice President, Honorable Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, who we share faith. You know, sometimes you think we are in politics, we don't also have other commonalities. Now, I want to really thank all of you who asked these questions. My comrade, Suba Churchill, and also Anne Kanyi, the Vice Chair of Wiper Party, Evelyn Mwanzo, Wilkista Aduma, Mike Hissa, Dr. Élisée, que vous êtes prof, tu es au lycée, c'est très, très intéressant. My friend George Kisaka, Joseph Owino, my friend on issues of disability, Edward Kabuga, Ben Odhiambo, and Rose. And Meshach. You forgot to mention your name, but I remember it. So let me go straight to this question. Suba, there is only one government spokesman. The other one is State House spokesman. And the one who is the only one is the one standing before you here today. So there are no two. The government is one. But let me go straight to your question, Suba, and I really must commend you because you've been very consistent in fighting for the rights. I hope one day, if at all it is your interest, because it may not be, you may end up in Parliament or some other place like that. Kenya, just like Uganda, Uganda, just like Kenya, have a responsibility to advance their interests. I don't think it's a question of friendship, where you and I can be a friend. If Uganda can actually make money by trading more with the UK, so be it. If Kenya can do so, so be it. The more the merrier. After all, is a fellow African brother or sister who is going to benefit. Kenya still remains ahead. And of course, sometimes we are not very proud of our heritage. It should not be lost to us that we, one of our own, is actually was a father of the first black US president. And even the current British Prime Minister, the father actually grew up here in Nairobi for 25 years. That is quite something that we should be proud of. So yes, so the question I would want to answer you is that yes, let both countries pursue, but Kenya still remains a very critical partner with Uganda. And it does not necessarily mean because they trade with others, they can also continue to trade with us. However, we have a responsibility as a country to make sure that we give them good concessions so that they continue to benefit from the transit economy that has always sustained Kenya. Now, on the issue of Haiti, I think let us give ourselves credit. I've just come from Namibia, as I said this morning, and General Daniel Opande was given the second highest honor in that country because of leading the Kenbat, which was able to maintain peace in that country. Now, that's military, but they really have high regard for this country because Sam Nujoma was a very good friend of then-President Daniel Moi. Now, when it comes to Haiti, let us not suffer from the low self-esteem. Kenya has always been giving other countries support when it comes to police. Now, this process, Kenya has decided to take a lead. That is how we gain respect globally, that we too are not just asking, we also can give. Kenya is not going to just send your usual policeman from the local police station. They are going to select the best that we have. They are also going to be standardized through training so that they also know how to go about it. Remember, Kenya is leading a contingent or a group of countries. There's $100 million that have been given for that work. So Kenya is only in the lead, and there will be parliamentary approval. But because we do not want to suffer being told that the subject, that matter is still in court, and we hope it can be properly expedited as soon as possible. Now, my friend also said about the Africa Climate Summit. Honestly, my brother, honestly, be more patriotic. Who are mzalendo? Eh? Having 12 heads of states coming to one meeting, heads of government, is a very big achievement. It is the first time it has ever happened in the history of the Republic of Kenya. To get a president is not easy to come to your country. So that means President William Ruto is highly respected. Just like now, Right Honorable Raila Odinga and Dr. Kalonzo Musyoka has respected Konrad by coming to this meeting. So let's be proud of that. Sometimes when you go to to meetings internationally, you hear they say, for that issue, speak to Senegal. Another issue, speak to... But on this one, it's the first time that we are seeing Africa speaking in one voice. It's an extremely important step milestone. Remember, we have not had as many presidents coming to visit Kenya, as the way it has been done here. So we are making good progress. Anne Kanyi, really, you've asked a very good question. The best way to do so, to take advantage of AfCOFTA, Africa Free Continental Trade Area, is to be prepared ourselves. Because even if the continent was to be open for everyone, if you are not prepared, then somebody will have you, for dinner. So the issue is about industrialization, is about local production, is about even value addition of products from other countries. And I believe that incentive is very clear, and there are some very good concessions that have been made, even in terms of production of special economic zones. So yes, we cannot just be leading by opening up our borders, but we must also be the ones to actually develop these products, to sell. Let me give you statistics. Sometimes 2 or 3 years ago, we were getting about 199,000 containers in with products, largely from China. Only 10,000 were going back with goods. Now that's not good, because then what is the value of the SGR? We have to really produce ourselves. And it boils down to you having your small little industry and trying to find a market through the open African countries. Now, with Kista, this was not my question, but allow me to answer you. We must always be peddlers of hope. That is what Barack Hussein Obama said. Because if you try something once, and then you don't succeed, and then you throw your hands and move on, what will you have benefited from? Hope is what keeps us going. And for the youth of Kenya, that must always be the clarion call. For Mr. Mike Hisa, the only way we are going to industrialize is again through local production. And you can see there is a very clear attempt of having county-based products. Ghana is doing it, one industry per district. There are 50 of them. We hope and believe that we can pilot and do that. That's why you have the KIPES, Country Industrial Parks, and I think I saw my good friend P.S. Susan Mangeni. She can speak more about that. By the way, Susan and I were at some point the youngest ODM youth in the NEC, and the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Yes, I was 24, she was 25. It's good to say that. So dreams are valid. Today she's a PS, today I'm government spokesperson. Yeah, it's good to say that. So the issues around also technology transfer, Mike. Remember today, Kenya is earning more from remittances than coffee or tea. So when you have many unskilled workers going out there, they are giving us money, and this government wants to raise that up to $1 billion, about $10 billion, about $1 trillion or so. And so that means we will also have now skilled labor to bring about technology transfer. At some point, India did so. They had 20 million Indians in the diaspora. They were able to send not only money, but also they were able to give skills that were able to industrialize India. So we follow that. Dr. Elise, I agree with you. It's very important to benefit from the refugee human capital. And you can see a lot of Burundians actually doing vinyozis and that kind of work around. I can see a lot of them. So maybe that needs to be revised so that you don't have concentration camps that are just recipient. I think because of this free idea of Africans moving is something that may need to be reviewed, and maybe you can help us in seeing how that can be processed. Then my friend, George Kisaka, thank you. Mambo ni matatu. Mambo ni matatu. Na mambo ni matatu. Mambo ni matatu kupigana na ufisadi. It's basically about fighting corruption and cartelism, clientelism, and rent seeking, so that we emancipate ourselves from this scourge. If you look at South Africa, a great country, the one thing that has made that country not progress as it should is state capture. We still have that same problem here. Then the issue, Joseph Owino, I agree with you, my brother. You are the chairman of ANSAC, the Union of All Students with Disabilities in Universities and Colleges. Thank you for that. This $500 threshold is an East African customs regulations. And I have engaged Mr. Watanga of KRA. We have had conversations. That law is going to be reviewed because the standard is $10,000. I just came this morning. I didn't see that traffic. But of course, you'll increasingly see us speaking from the same point of view, because we must deliver as one. But for those who are harassed for this reason, we really want to give our apologies, because if you do so, then you dissuade Kenyans from, you dissuade tourists from coming to Kenya. Yeah, and then, yes, Ben Odhiambo, I think I've answered your question. The fallback position is to industrialize, to raise it from 7% of the current GDP to 20%, and that way then we will be able to do so. And let me tell you, because Ben Odhiambo, there is what we call the power of showing up. Waswahili wanasema mgaga na upwa hali wali mkavu. Hatuwezi tukatoka bure. we will get something. Even as we are crafty, we know what we want. Nobody knows everything, but we'll get out with something the more we engage. So basically, Rose, our policy is economic diplomacy, and you'll increasingly see the president having professionals as diplomats so that we can benefit from what each and every country where we have an embassy or a high commission or consulate can offer to Kenyans. So ladies and gentlemen, I would really want to finish by saying thank you very much. This has been a very engaging conversation. May we continue to be patriotic to our nation and country, because after all is said and done, we have only one country. The success of the future does not lie in the mere passing of time and change, but in the little dosages of change that we make today, here and now. Kenya is great. Kenya shall rise. Kenya shall win. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. We've been having this conference since yesterday, Transforming a Nation Conference 2023, and how all citizens can really benefit from democracy and economic transformation. And at this session, I was engaging from the far end. I want to usher you out. At the far end, we've been speaking with Onchari Oyeyo, and he is the International Relations and Governance expert. We've also, next to him, spoke with Honorable Maina Karobia, Member of Parliament, East African Legislative Assembly, Yala. Government spokesperson was also here with us. And finally, Mr. Collins Odhiambo, Deputy CEO, Law Society of Kenya. Round of applause for our special panelists this afternoon. All right, and it's been an engaging two-day session. We've learned a lot this afternoon. We've learned that the government says that Kenya is not facing east or west. The government spokesperson saying that they are using the Tanga model internationally because it worked for them, while the experts feel that the flip-flopping is not good for this nation. So that's what we've been able to have. And without wasting so much time, we want now, and that actually brings us to the end of our panel discussions for this two-day conference that started yesterday and comes to a close today. So the next session is just a few speeches on what our leaders think about what can really be done to transform our nation through democracy and also economic transformation. And before I welcome Honorable Gitonga Mukunji, who is the Member of Parliament, Manyata constituency, it's my pleasure, before that, it's my pleasure to welcome PS Susan Mangeni. She's the Principal Secretary for MSMEs, to make her remarks on what she thinks can be done to transform the nations and have our citizens benefit from it. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much. The former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, the former Vice President, and my very good friend, His Excellency Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, the organizers of this event, led by the foundation, the leaders who are here are members of the diplomatic corps, wananchi wazalendo. Good afternoon. God is good and all the time. Thank you. You see, the government spokesperson has already spoken on behalf of us all. And so not to run into those moments where we contradict each other, I'll try as much as possible to be just very brief. I look at the program. I was supposed to have been here in the morning. I want to apologize. I think there was a breakdown in the communication, so I want to apologize. But I would really have loved to have been here during the panel discussion so that we engage more and I get to field some of questions. The government spokesperson, you know you. One thing that you did not say, it is true, but there's some statements which I cannot confirm, and neither can I deny. However, one particular commonality that I know around that time was that we were young in the ODM movement during that many years ago. I don't know how many they are now. But I can also confirm that there was an opportunity to nominate some young people, and I was ahead of you on the nomination list to Parliament. But I think Baba loved you most and preferred you. And that's how I missed being in Parliament. So you should have said that. So you must always thank Baba because he went ahead, you know, for reason which I think he knew, but probably it was a better decision that he made because he knew we can always wait and get an opportunity. So I just want to take very few minutes from my subsector, which is MSME development, and just also offer some few insights on the theme, transforming a nation. I just saw something there, transforming a nation. For me, it's about transforming our pockets. I look at it from, we are not just transforming a nation, we are transforming our pockets. We want to see how we can put money in our pockets because that's the most biting challenge that we have as a nation, as a continent, and probably as the world. The reason why, for the first time, we are having renewed focus and attention on the MSME sector is because we have come to realize that the most biting challenge which we have, the challenge of young people, the unemployment of our young people, given that we are a young nation in terms of population, can only be solved if we enable that sector to grow, to expand, and to create jobs. I come from the precinct that with a potential workforce of 20 million Kenyans, only 3.5 million are engaged formally, are in formal employment. Out of 3.5 million Kenyans, only less than 1 million, between 950 to 1 million there, are in civil service. 2.5 million are in private sector. To me, what does that means to us and to the government and to the people of Kenya is that we have no space left in the civil service to create formal jobs. The only space we have is in the private sector. How do we crowd in our population, especially at the bottom of the economic pyramid, into the MSME space and therefore expand the private sector to create for us those jobs that we are yearning for our young people? That's why I'm here as the founding PS for this subsector, the micro, small, and medium enterprise development, to make sure that when we wake up in the morning, we have to bring all actors on board. And when we say all actors, I came in here when people are talking about Tanga government. It's not a Tanga government, it's a Kenyan government. It's a Kenyan government that is promoting and championing the interest of the Kenyan people, which bears on economic prosperity, economic development. So what are we doing in that space? For the first time since independence, we now have a home where we can coordinate the sector. And I must applaud the various players in the sector, development partners, private sector. There's quite a lot that has been happening. Unfortunately, all of us have been operating in silos. I know since independence, a lot of funding has gone to try and promote entrepreneurship, the culture of entrepreneurship among Kenyans. But the challenge is everybody does their own space, so we keep on, duplicating efforts. And when you duplicate efforts, there's not so much results and impact that we can see. So we are there to coordinate that sector of MSME, to make sure that we can leverage on all resources from all actors And in these actors includes even those who are in opposition. Because I have never seen, and because I was in opposition one time, still our rallying call in opposition, in ODM, was how do we promote economic development among our people. So time has come where all leaders have to come on table, and I'm happy that this forum has also invited the chair, the co-chair of the dialogue which we are having. And I think as we invite them, what the Kenyan people, what I want as a key player now in the MSME subsector will want to see is to see to it that all our conversation are geared towards creating opportunities for our young people, for our women, and for the people of this country, who majority of them are at the bottom of the economic pyramid. There is my second point is that there is no corner of this country that has no economic value. There is absolutely no corner. And if you had any doubt, the most significant outcome of corona pandemic was that if you give individuals, even indigenous people, an opportunity to come up with solution, they will come up with solution. That's why if you look at Africa, some parts of Africa were not heavily affected or critically affected compared even to some modern and civilized societies, meaning there is something of great value that we have. So equally in this country, everywhere we go, be it in northeastern province, be it in Nyanza, be it in western, be it in coast, there is opportunity. So all we need to do as actors, all of us as leaders, we need to come together and enable our people. We enable our people with the right decision making, power to make a decision, power to choose their priorities. We enable our people with resources allocation. We enable our people by intentionally mobilizing and organizing them and directing them to where opportunities are, so that when they wake up in the morning, they can have something to put on the table. And to me, I think this should be our central focus of this great nation called Kenya. So that kind of dialogue is welcome, because until we empower people economically, we will have no people to talk about governance. You cannot talk about governance if your own stomach is not governed. Are we there? So finally, what opportunities do we have in a minute? Because it's critical. The opportunity we have is that we welcome all the stakeholders. And let me announce here that I've said where my beneficiaries are in all political parties. In fact, all political parties bears the majority of my beneficiaries. Those young people who during campaigns are going to the streets in the hope of a better life, those are my customers. Those are the people that I want to come and sit down with ODM, sit down with UDA, sit down and see how we can now politically mobilize them and organize them economically. See how we can give them financing, see how we can direct them to where market is, so that at the end of the day, we start now being agents of economic development. The second bit you're doing is seeing how can we unlock access to financing. And I cannot finish without saying this, that the challenge that we have is that majority of our population were unbanked. If you are unbanked, it means you have no capacity even to walk to a bank and get credit. If you are unbanked, it means you have no social capital that can go there and become your guarantor. We introduced Hustler Fund to help correct that market failure. And a lot of us in this room could be asking, tell us, yesterday His Excellency President Ruto announced that we had a borrower who has transacted 814 times to the cumulative tune of 4.5 million. It is true. It is true. And I can confirm it is true, because I have numbers, I have statistics, and they don't lie. Why is this true? Let me give you this synopsis so that, and I will end after explaining that. When we took over, when His Excellency the President was being sworn in, we we had narration of Mama, for example, from Kikomba, who very early in the morning at 5 has to give her ID to some money dealer at Kikomba market, and every day that mama is given 1,000 in the morning at 5 a.m., and in the evening that mama returns that 1,000 with an additional 100 shilling. So the interest rate there you can calculate. So every day this mama goes in the morning, takes sukuma wiki, goes home, sells, in the evening returns with an additional 100 on top. You can imagine the kind of business which you invest in 1,000 and you have to pay for credit 100 bob as interest. Which kind of markup are you taking home? It's no wonder we have so many of our women who cannot access such financing. So hustler funds comes in. This mama can now borrow 1,000 bob in the morning, goes and buys the sukuma wiki, goes and sells, and has 14 days to repay at 8% interest rates. Those are the kind of people that we've been supporting. So this top borrower cumulatively owns a smaller shop, which is, like the Kadogo economy, sells those blue band, the blue band margarine of 5 bob, 10 bob. So when we started off, his limit was 3,000 bob. We enhanced one to 6,000 because he's a good borrower and repair. Every day he tells us he goes and borrow some items 6,000. He sells them. In the evening he repays. In the morning he does the same. In fact, he was telling us he has been using hustler fund money to bring in sugar. A sack of sugar, according to him, was costing 9,000. So every morning he borrows 6,000, he adds 3,000, 9,000 he brings in sugar because he's selling kadogo. By the end of the day, the following day, again he does the same and saves. So what I try to say, why are we doing this? And this is very important. Because now that borrower who has 4.5 million has now acquired a credible credit rating, which in the near future can walk to any bank right now and will not be asked about title book, will not be asked about logbook. On account of that credit rating, will be given the credit or the loan which he wants. So we've been able to give people collateral which they could not access. That's the major goal of Hustler Fund, because it's giving you collateral away from the conventional collateral. So the population which didn't have, just grow your credit score by borrowing 500 shillings. If you can be trusted by 500 shillings, you can equally be trusted by 1 million shillings, and so on and so forth. So it's not something that you want to really say is not happening. It is happening. It has happened. And for majority of us in this room who do not have means, who do not have property, I will tell you, we are giving an opportunity to start growing your collateral system in terms of credit rating to access you to credit in the market.
Thank you so much. Because of time.
You want to finalize for me?
Because of time.
Okay, give me a minute, I finalize. Thank you. So allow me to, or do you finalize for me? Thank you. Give me a minute, I finalize. I just say so, isn't it? Thank you. I say give me a minute, I finalize, isn't it? But if you can finalize for me, so there's no problem.
Give another time to finalize.
No, I'm just finalizing. So, thank you so much, the organizers of this event. All I was finalizing, and it's just good manners that we finalize, right? Was to say, in such kind of a forum, when we discuss about governance, let's centralize the economic development agenda aspect, and we'll be willing to work together. My department, our ministry is open to bring on board all actors that interact with the population of Kenya. Thank you so much. And on behalf of the President and the executive arm, I cannot leave here before bringing his compliments, because he's our team leader in the executive and is going to work with you. We are open. We work for the private sector. We work for the Kenyan people. And I'm sure where we are headed, it's very bright. And Kenya will overcome all this challenge. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Another round of applause for the PS MSMEs. Susan Mangeni talking about the contribution of MSMEs to the economic transformation. She has a lot to say, and we'll have to provide another platform to do so. But thank you so much for your time. We're almost coming to an end of our program this afternoon. This other session is going to be very, very quick because we have some closing remarks from His Excellency Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, former Vice President, as well as former Prime Minister Honorable Raila Odinga. But before they make their speeches, this session is going to be moderated by Honorable Gitonga Mukunji, who is the Chair, Young Parliamentarians Association, and is also the Member of Parliament, Manyata constituency. Please be fast on this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I was telling Baba that she has brought up very strong women. You can see PS Mangeni could not even people say AKA form ni kujituma, because najitumanga sana. I am the Member of Parliament of a place called Manyata in Embu County. It is supposed to be Manhattan, but but we cannot pronounce Manhattan, so we say Manyata. And I'm also the Chair, Kenya Young Parliamentarians, which is basically parliamentarians that are young, below the age of 40 years old. We are close to 71 members of parliament in that age bracket. So I am very proud to be their chair. I'm also very proud to be the moderator of this session. And I will go directly to the panelists or the speech, the people who will make the speech. I don't know whether to call them here or to give them the podium. I need to be guided there. The podium? Okay, thank you. So in that case, I will start with, where is this? I will start with my good friend, nominated MP, Honorable Irene Mayaka, who is also my Secretary General in Kenya Young Parliamentarian. Please welcome Mayaka with a round of applause. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. Allow me to ride on the protocols already observed because of time, but also acknowledge the presence of my political leadership, led by His Excellency, the Right Honorable Raila Omolo Odinga. I don't call him former, I call him the second Prime Minister of Kenya. To also His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka, both of them being my political party leadership. To the leadership of KAS, I don't want to say the full names because I don't know Germany, led by Dr. Annette, of course, distinguished guests. Good afternoon. As has been said, my name is Irene Mayaka. I am nominated in in the Parliament of Kenya to represent workers by the Orange Democratic Movement Party. And I'm just here to briefly just speak about transformation in the youth leadership space. And I'll just begin by saying that, number one, for us who are young in leadership, and of course we are not the first ones in Kenya, but the number one thing that we always believe in is that for you to even be able to have any level of success, you must have a mentor. And for me, every time I have an opportunity to speak before my mentor, my political father, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, it's a big pleasure. And I'll just briefly tell you one thing that he taught me once when I was in the county assembly. Because I was nominated in the county assembly, but didn't have an opportunity to serve until the last 2 years. Why? Because of an election petition that went on and on. But I remember going to see him one day in the office, just after the handshake. And I said to him, Baba, now that you and Uhuru are brothers, how about you speak to him so that this issue can be fast-tracked? And he said to me, and I remember very well, that he doesn't want that to happen, that he wants me to go through that process, because by the time I'm done with it, it will put me at a better place as a political leader than I am right now, that it would harden me and make me a better person. So I went through it, given his advice, and now I am in Parliament. And for that, I always say, always have a mentor that will tell you that it can't be easy. Don't assume that things should be easy, things should be given to you on a silver platter. You have to work for them. And when that is done for you as young leaders, the next step for us is also that we must always push back the ladder to other leaders as well. And because of that, we went ahead, formed an organization of young women, because there's one thing about being a young leader, but there's also another thing about being a young woman leader in politics in this country. But the other day we noticed that it's also not easy being just a woman in politics, as the case of Kawera was. Yeah. So the experience and the tribulations that you have to go through are twice as hard. The other thing I wanted to talk about is that politics is also like a career. So you have to take it seriously. When you're in any leadership space, it doesn't have to be within the county assembly space or the National Assembly space, but any other leadership space, you have to take it seriously. Because politics is a career. You have to get out there, get knowledgeable, hold the hands of other leaders as well, and ensure that you learn how to make your job better. The other thing also that I want to talk about is that we are the voice of the youth in the spaces that we are. When we are in legislation, and I was just listening to PS talking about the young hustler who has been getting loans and getting to the next level. But for me, one of the concerns I have is that we're actually reinventing a wheel that was already working. Because yes, there's a hustler fund, but we also had the Youth Empowerment Development Fund that was working quite perfectly. And that young people didn't need to go to the bank, because why should I get the hustler fund and then the next level I still have to go to the bank? The reason why the Youth Development Fund was created is so that these young people don't have to go that direction, that they can actually get these funds, pay back, and continue in their growth path. And my challenge to PS and the space she is in is that they need to go back and have a look at that, because it works very well. Why should the people who were already at a level of getting up to 2 million be told to start afresh, to start getting 500 shillings? It doesn't make any sense. It means you're retrogressing backwards. Yeah? We are in a space in this country where being young has become expensive. Yeah? And as I just conclude, and we need to be the voice of these young people. When we are told that now you cannot get an ID with 200 shillings, that you have to cough 1,000 shilling, the young people back in Nyamira cannot afford the 1,000 shilling. And it's up to myself, Mukunji, and the other young leaders to raise these issues continuously, to be the voice of the young people in this country, and to continue engaging and telling the government when it's wrong, and also to tell the government when it's doing things in the right way, okay, so that we can continuously grow the spaces of young people. And as I conclude, because I'm seeing so many young people in this space as well, challenge us. and challenge yourselves. If you want to get into that political space, hold the hand of someone who is there, and we'll hold your hands as well, so that we continuously work together. And also, finally, do not be afraid, because you're the voice of the people, and do not allow anyone to tell you that you're the leaders of tomorrow, because we start now. Even Akina Baba, Akina His Excellency Kalonzo began when they were young people. So nobody should stop you, but also, we also encourage our older generation, our leaders who are older than us, other organizations like the KAS, that let us collaborate together, hold hands together, so that we can be able to invest properly in the young people of this nation. I thank you.
Maybe you can give her a better clap, please. We have to support our women in leadership. All right, I'm told this podium should go up. Can I help? Okay. Yeah, this is better. I can see all of you now. Now, I want to call Honorable Alex Matere, who is a youth policy expert. Please, you can do a minute and a half, so that Baba cannot, we cannot delay Baba for other things. Thank you. Clap for him, please, as he comes to address.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mukunji. Allow me to stand on the already established protocol, but with special mention to His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka, who gave me an opportunity to serve in his office as an intern immediately after I finished my university education. The theme for this conference is transforming a nation. But when I was given the theme by my friend Nathaniel Akadima, I decided to tweak a bit. And I talked about Kenya in the 21st reality. And the reality of Kenya in the 21st century, rather, is that a young man, whether in Mathare or in Kangemi or in Mukuru or in Seikuru or in Cherengani, where I come from, is more likely to sleep hungry than a young person did in 1963. That a young person in 2023 in Kenya is more likely to miss having an identification card than a young person did in 1963. That is the reality of the country that we are living today. Secondly, is that we have a youth bulge. And thank you so much, the PS for MSMEs, for touching on it. The projection is that by 2050, the population of this country is going to be about 92 million. Currently, the youth unemployment rate stands at 35%. The Kenyan youth unemployment rate is more than that one of Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda combined. That is the reality of the country that we are talking today. To worsen it is that now we have high cost of living. So we have youth that do not have a skill or a training in anything, or those ones who even have don't have access to any form of employment or any form of income generation. And we expect them to get an education, to get a skill, to get a training, and also provide for their young families. That is the reality that we are living in today. Third is that every generation is called to stand up for something that matters during their lifetime. For Tom Mboya, Masinde Muliro, Pio Gamapinto was the freedom and liberation of this country. For Raila Odinga, in absentia, with due respect, Gitobu Imanyara, Mukisa Kitui, it was for safeguarding our democracy and multipartyism in this country. For our generation, as the young people, it's about the emancipation of the young people from the shackles of desperation, destitution, and hopelessness. Standing here, I am hopeful that we will stand firm and ensure that that is done, and that the future generation have a better future than the present that we are currently having. Lastly, because I'm also cognizant of the law of diminishing returns, I'm a great football fan, and Barcelona have a motto, a rallying call, and they say, we are not just a team of great stars, that we are more than a stadium full of dreams, that we are more than the goals that we score, and that we are more than the trophies that we have won. Thank you so much.
That was a wonderful speech by one Honorable Alex Matere. I now want to call upon Honorable Frederick Okango. He is a spokesperson Azimio One Kenya Coalition. Welcome, my brother, Honorable Okango.
Thank you so much. His Excellency Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, who is the Wiper Party leader and our principal in the Azimio Coalition Party. Of course, Raila Amolo Odinga, our coalition party leader, who is outside briefly. First of all, I'm very happy and delighted to be participating in this inaugural conference of Transforming a Nation. I'll be here for less than 5 minutes, my good friend, but I'll only say 5 things. The first one, you cannot transform a nation like Kenya if you don't adopt one of your smallest units of administration as the primary and basic unit of accelerated transformation. This government today has ignored the smallest unit, where majority of the young people are, where the majority of the young leaders are, and they are not doing anything about it. We have been told of stories of Hustler Fund, but we have not seen transformation from billions that we're being told that has been expended on the Hustler Fund. Secondly, I strongly believe that for you to transform a nation, you must engage the young people, their leaders, and the old as well. Because statistics shows us that in this country today, majority of the people are the young people. If I look at this room, I can tell you majority are equally young. And therefore, if these people are not involved in the planning, budgeting, and implementation of this transformative agenda, then you are not going to transform a nation. Number 3, I am very privileged, and I've been given opportunity by those who, when they were young, they did everything possible to transform this country in their own right. Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, when he was young, he managed and tried in the transformation of the multi-party democracy. When we were just having lunch down there, he was giving us a story of the Young Turks of the 1990s. If you read the history of His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka, when he joined politics, I think he was less than 25 years that time. He rose, became a member of parliament, became a minister, became a vice president, and I think those are living testimonies for us young people that we can take. And finally, this country is a very interesting country. While the people who are our friends trust it and live in it and enjoy it, the very people who are the natives today as we speak are wishing that in fact maybe they were not natives of this country. Why? Because the people that are in office today told us that when they were going for a transformative agenda in the election, they told us that going first to transform the lives of the young people. They brought them together and said that if they manage to get into that office, the first thing they'll do, they'll ensure that they create employment for these young people. And I speak for majority of the young people, and particularly those who have an opportunity to be in positions of leadership, like myself. We say that going forward, even as we talk about transformative agenda for our country, we must be involved, we must be engaged. And lastly, we must be part and parcel of the transformative agenda, whether outside or inside a government. Thank you.
Maybe you can give him another round of applause. Thank you very much, my colleagues, and I will also not take a lot of time. I first want to say what Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association is, because it's very important for this topic of transforming a nation. And Kenya Young Parliamentarian Association, KYPA, is a bipartisan organization made of members of parliament, both in the National Assembly and also in the Senate. And key word there is bipartisan, meaning we have members from both the ruling coalition and also the opposition. I want to say that being a young leader is something that is a noble duty. And there is one thing that cuts across the young leadership in any part of this world, that we can make mistakes, we can try things, we can learn and unlearn things as we move on, as we are getting prepared to even bigger opportunities of leadership. And I believe one of the call I've always told the young members is that you don't have to comply with your seniors. I am in the government side, but whenever there is an issue, I have to stand out and say what is in my mind. That is very important. When the opposition also have a problem that we as young leaders are not complying with, it is always important for the young leaders in these associations and political parties to come out and speak the voice of the people or what is right for everybody. I want to say that young leadership is also a serious challenge, because we are meant, and there is always something called sugarcoating when it comes to accommodation of young people in this country. It is extremely hard for young people to get into political positions. It is also extremely hard for young people to get in the corporate level of leadership in this country. And it is a simple thing of maintenance of status quo that people look of ways to have their lineage and their fellow selves getting into those positions. But I want to say it is all not lost, because the few of us that get into these leadership positions, we have to stand strong and stand against all the chaos and atrocities that are meant to derail young people to get into positions, so that we can actually make a better community and a better society. And I want to touch something that I know Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka is dealing with in the bipartisan talks that involves our electoral system. I have heard many people say that our electoral system is actually not right, but it is the high time we got it right. And Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, as the co-chair of the bipartisan talks, we are hoping you bring something that is going to solve that thing once and for all, so that young people can get chances to get into leadership positions. There is always deliberate efforts to suppress the leadership of young people. And it has come even into the university level. And one of the things that we have taken as young parliamentarians is to recorrect that. We need to go back to the voices of our university students having something to speak. The leadership of this time does not really reflect what we used to see before. Myself, I started my leadership in the University of Nairobi, in the leadership of SONU. Many of my members started there. But right now, we have a system that is using some sort of delegates. And we no longer get the voice of the university student who should actually have a voice for the benefit of this country. If you speak to Honorable Raila Odinga, Honorable Orengo, and the rest, they will tell you how important that voice was when there was Moi of this world. There is also something I want to touch on, which is the mismanagement of institutions touching with our young people. And I'm happy that the government has recognized that in their deliberate efforts to correct the mismanagement of institutions touching with our young people. NYS, one of the institutions that used to touch lives in the 90s, these days is a shell. But we need to actually empower these institutions so that our young people can be able to do better. I was very happy to listen to PS Mangeni, whose department actually is at the heart of the young people. I wish you well. And all those deliberate efforts you guys are making, we have to hold you into account. I have one proposal for you. Hustler Fund is a good thing, but we cannot remain at 500 shillings or 1,000 because it will not actually help a lot. We need to get into million. We need to get into 500,000 so that our young people can be deliberately helped to grow economically. And I believe that is something that you have to consider and you are considering. I want to say that when it comes to opportunities, we need to empower our youth wings in the political parties. Because political parties in Kenya, and I hope I don't get in trouble because of this, they are owned by individuals, and they are not owned by the young people. And that means that for you to get anywhere, you have got to be in the right books with the bosses who own these political parties. That is actually a retrogressive thing that we should actually correct and move forward from there. Because while we are talking of improvement of our economy, our democracy, and we are very loud saying about democracy when it comes to general elections, but nominations and running of political parties is the biggest scandal we have in this country. We have to correct that. Let the democracy of our country start at the political party level so that we can improve the democracy of our country. On economy, yesterday, before I came for the State of the Nation, I was attending a farmers' conference. There are some farmers that I have helped to get water project, and I had called them for a meeting. I want to tell you that that meeting was attended by very many people, but all of them were above 60 years of age. Not even one single young person. That means our youths are not participating in agriculture. Our youths don't have an opportunity to participate in agriculture. And it should shock many that 70% of our population is young people, but they are not being productive in production of our food. And I want to say that, and I have advised the government many times, that we have to have means of getting our young people to farms. We cannot all be hustlers lying around. We cannot all go to border sector. We have to have our youths being empowered and being given opportunity to get into farming. When I was sharing lunch with the Honorable Raila Odinga and the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, we had a very interesting conversation of ensuring that we get our people to consolidate land so that that land can be productive enough and our young people can be used in the production, and then many people can be given the affordable housing that we are giving, that is actually a government plan, and be able to grow our economy together. And I think that is something that I propose that can be done. In conclusion, I want to say that African leadership has always been born from struggle. In 1963, when we were getting our independence, the struggle was about freedom. And we had Mau Mau and everybody else who fought for that. In the 90s, where we had birth to Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, Honorable Raila Odinga, and many others, we were struggling for democracy, and we struggled. Now, we have another struggle to have our economic freedom. As young politicians and young leaders, we are taking that as a fight that we have to win. And thank you very much, everybody. We are going to continue engaging in this conversation. I want to say that, yes, this conversation has been organized by KES, but this is a conversation that should be organized by the government of Kenya. And this is a conversation that is supposed to be organized by Kenyans, because it is us who have the problem, and it is us to solve our problems. All we need is to be supported by our diplomatic corps to solve our problems so that we can move on. Asante sana, Mungu awabariki. Thank you very much. Is it on me?
Yes, because you are the moderator. I want to collect one issue. Just 2 minutes.
Okay, 1 minute. Very quickly.
Yes, yesterday I talked about Kenya at 60. It is always good when you are a reader, you give the correct figure. We have transformed from 1963 to where we are. It took me 6 months to get an ID card. Today, and I was walking 20 kilometers to my DO. Today, you just go to the Huduma Center and get a vote. So, Honorable Matere Tafadhali, where are you?
Okay, thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you. You can clap for me. Thank you.
Another round of applause for our young leaders. They shared their take on what could be done to transform this nation and how the citizens could benefit from the economic transformation that the country is experiencing. Without wasting much time, the next speaker, a guest speaker that I'm welcoming, he's a Kenyan politician who was the 10th Vice President of the Republic of Kenya from 2008 to 2013. He also served in the government under the president, the late President Daniel Arap Moi, as the Secretary of Kenya African National Union Party, and that's between 1980 and 1988. He also served as the Assistant Minister for Works, that's between 1986 and 1988, and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly between 1988 and 1992. He has also served, for your information, as the Minister for Foreign Affairs from 1993 until 1998, as well as the Minister for Education 1998 to 2001. Our guest has also subsequently, under the rather late President Mwai Kibaki administration, he was the Minister, was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I beg your pardon, again from 2003 to 2004, and then Minister for Environment from 2004 to 2005. He was unsuccessful candidate in the 2007 presidential election, after which he was appointed vice president by the late Mwai Kibaki. We can say much about him. He's the party leader, Wiper Party, and something that he doesn't know is that he's my ward mate at Sekuru. Sekuru Ward, and His Excellency, I know I have been transformed. So he cannot recognize me, but I want to appreciate him because when I was very, very small as the vice president, this time he was in Serena and my mom had just passed on, and so we ran to Serena and he helped us clear the bills and we were able to bury our mom. I know you don't remember, but that really happened. So it's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Welcome, sir.
Well, you see, even from Sekuru, you're beautiful girls. Well, what an afternoon. My friend there was a little agitated about transformative achievements. I'll give you a joke before I make my actually written submission, because it's important for us as a nation, together with our development partners and international friends. A friend sent me a tweet yesterday, and they said, just sample this, because it tells you the state of hopelessness that we are faced with as a country. He said, I'm going to get my burial certificate and keep it in my pocket because by the time I die, this thing will be costing 1 million shillings. What does that tell you? And yesterday, listening to President Ruto and talk about reality checks, this is the reality of our times. Incremental unemployment. But lest I go astray, let me thank you, Madam Annette Swander, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. I'm not as good in German as my brother Raila Odinga, and you hear that. And also acknowledge Caroline Cantor, Deputy Director for European and International Cooperation. We set off for CAS, not the Kenyan CAS, we CAS, but KAS. The headquarters in Berlin, as you know, for extending to me this afternoon's invitation to speak to this distinguished assembly. And I thank you, my brother, my senior brother, Raila Amolo Odinga, who is our party leader and our team leader, for agreeing to come and do the closing session. I know that this was organized at a very high level, and yesterday, Kenya Kwanza team may have, without them knowing, or whether it was deliberate, they managed to downgrade this very important assembly, because we are all in the printed. I assume before this time these things go out, everybody will have said yes, we'll try and make time available. But if they are represented by my little sister Susan, and how you have grown, so be it. A closer examination, ladies and gentlemen, of the history of caste, they were here, which was founded on December 20th, 1955, by members of Germany's most successful political party, the Christian Democratic Union, CDU, is quite revealing. There was widespread agreement that no party, no man or woman would usurp democratic institutions ever again after the Second World War. There was widespread agreement that the best option for Germany was, quote unquote, a social market economy, a combination of free market capitalism, strong government regulation, and a comprehensive welfare state. The CDU success can be attributed to two men, Konrad Adenauer, the party's first leader and German chancellor from 1949 to 1963, and whose legacy of freedom and democracy this wonderful foundation Konrad Kass bears. And Ludwig Erhard, widely regarded as the father of Germany's economic miracle, who served as Adenauer's economics minister before succeeding him as chancellor in 1963. Combined with the United States stimulus package to Europe, which was then dumped, the Marshall Plan of 1948, which brought extensive investment to Europe, leading to the war-ravaged continent, indeed then West Germany's resurgence. The embrace of the transformative spirit of national dialogue was at the heart of Germany's post-World War II economic and political success, a model that is studied on a regular basis worldwide. Of course, I was asked to talk about transformative dialogue. I therefore consider today's topic that I've been asked to remark upon, transforming a nation through dialogue, both timely and relevant in light of current events in our country. National dialogues, I use a plural, also known as popular consultations or national conferences, bring together representatives from various political parties to discuss issues and challenges associated with the political transition. They have grown in popularity in recent decades as a means of achieving long-term peace and resolving key concerns such as ethnic and religious discord, as well as electoral mismanagement. These national dialogues can be used to build trust, increase participation, and forge consensus among national actors and the civil society in critical political, economic, and social decisions in the aftermath of an election or in the aftermath of a conflict. Guatemala, East Timor, Nepal, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, Niger, more recently, Mali, and Kenya, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Yemen are among the countries that have conducted NDP's national dialogues in various forms. I have personally mediated national dialogues in Somalia, in South Sudan. In fact, in the case of Somalia, because their problem was ethnicity, clanism. They're all Muslim, all Muslim. But because they belong to small sub-clans, they have been at war with each other since the fall of Siad Barre in 1991. So I said the Mkambo Uko anaitwa clan anaitwa Digli Mirifli, perchance to be able to get them out. We did the best we can to negotiate the conflict in Somalia, and as you heard, even as we speak, our men and women in uniform, mainly men, are still in that neighboring country. I also was able to do some work in South Sudan and DRC. In fact, with regard to Burundi, with the late Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, we even imposed economic sanctions to try to get Warundi hawa na Rwanda waishi kama ndugu na dada. It didn't work. Then I realized economic sanctions don't actually work in the majority of these conflict situations. Of course, we did with mixed but mostly positive results. I can state unequivocally that I am a staunch supporter of this mode of discourse in order to prevent political conflict caused by ethnic and religious disharmony, as well as electoral malpractice. You will recall after the fall of the Berlin Wall, Madam Annette, which is in your country, when President Reagan famously told Mr. Gorbachev in Moscow, Mr. Gorbachev, bring down this wall. And with it, the collapse of communism and the bipolar confrontation. And then, of course, the end of the Cold War. So the world had expected that we would then all reap what was referred to as a peace dividend, amani kokote. But nobody knew that a new form of conflict was emerging based on religion. So we have now had hot wars based on what people believe. Now, Kenya's national conversations before and after independence arrived with both acrimony and compromise. From the European settlers who petitioned the British Secretary of State for colonies for representation in the Kenya administration in 1905 to the establishment of a legislative council, popularly known as Legico then, and his first all-European sitting on August 17, 1907. My brother Raila is very good with this history. I listened to him the other day when he was launching the Mau Mau Foundation, very detailed on how the Lunatic Express, among other things, brought about change. In 1954, Chief Colonial Secretary Walter Coutts' commission investigated ways for Africans to elect their representatives. As a result, the elections ordinance was amended to allow for the election of 8 African representatives from 8 electoral areas, with the first elections held in March 1957. The Lennox-Boyd Constitution, which increased African seats by 6 and provided for 12 specially elected members to be chosen by LegCo, was closely followed by the 1960 Lancaster House Constitutional Conference, which increased LegCo seats to 65. Set aside 33 for Africans. Does this ring a bell, ladies and gentlemen? We're still wrestling with the Supreme Court advisory on ability to bring into operationalize the two-third gender rule. Lancaster II, held in 1962, was a more ambitious dialogue that resulted in the establishment of a bicameral legislature comprising a lower house, House of Representatives, and an upper house, the Senate, with members elected by universal adult suffrage, as well as 7 regional assemblies, known then as Majimbo, to ensure maximum decentralization of government powers. During the third and final Lancaster House Constitutional Review Conference in February '63, an agreement for Kenya's independence was reached and came into effect on June 1st, 1963, a day we celebrate today as our Madaraka, or Self-Determination Day. 6 months later, the Union Jack was lowered for the last time on Kenyan soil at midnight on December 12, 1963, at Uhuru Gardens, Nairobi, to great jubilation, and then the colors of our national flag unveiled. The dream of a free and independent nation was realized after 58 years of agonizingly acrimonious, ego-bruising, and time-consuming national dialogue between European settlers, Africans, Asians, Arabs, and the British government. From the scramble for Africa, which ironically took place in your wonderful country again, Berlin, a conference of 1895, the young protectorate evolved into a colony, and finally, an independent republic led by Africans. It is critical for this distinguished gathering to reflect on our history, even as the younger ones, the youth budge. 70% of you in this room are aged below 40, in fact 35. So we do these things in order to pass it over to you, so you know where we have come from. As a renowned Spanish-American philosopher, George Santayana, wrote in his book, The Life of Reason, The Life of Reason, as part of a series, Great Ideas of Western Man, Western Man, in 1905. I quote, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." We should never repeat colonialism in our country. And Mr. Julius Malema is in town. He speaks with such passion about these things. Kenya's foundation has generally remained stable. But over time, political developments, including 24 amendments to the Independence Constitution, seriously undermined both our socio-economic and democratic processes. This included the dissolution of the 7 Majimbos and the unification of the 2 houses to form the unicameral legislature in 1966, with a lot of serious political ramifications. A proclamation of a de jure one-party state by the National Assembly in June 1982 crowned it all. Autocratic rule, ethnic favoritism, and ethnic violence, particularly in the provinces of Nairobi, Coast, and the Rift Valley, and pervasive, indeed, systematic corruption. With the repeal of Section 2A of our country's constitution in 1991, Kenya entered a new phase of dialogue that culminated in the return to multipartyism in 1992. At that conference, actually, I was the master of ceremony when we were decided to repeal. Mzee Moi said, he was amazing. He was such a mobilizer. He got all of us to say, we don't want any amendment, anything, and then he himself stood up and said, we must accept it. 6 years later, in November 1997, the minimum reforms package through the Interparliamentary Group, famously known as IPPG, carried out parliamentary reforms that included amending Public Order Act, Cap 56, to facilitate freedom of assembly, amending Section 33 of the Constitution so that the nomination of members of Parliament was based on party strength and including the opposition's voice in the electoral body's makeup, the IEBC. This had hitherto been the President's exclusive prerogative. The historic victory of the National Rainbow Coalition, and my brother and I were key in this in the general election of December 2002, as well as equally significant concession of defeat by the presidential candidate of the ruling party, then our brother Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, were, in my opinion, promissory products of the IPPG dialogue. I find it noteworthy that Kenyans were voted at the time the world's most optimistic people before and during the election. This was in accordance with the Gallup International annual end-of-year survey, which involved interviews with over 67,500 people in 65 countries between November and December of 2002. However, the sentimental optimism was fleeting, as several agreements in our famous MOU between the coalition members, all right, and we were signing. My brother Raila and I were on the rainbow side, and Mudi Awori, the late George Saitoti, and then Kibaki and Malwa, and you know that famous thing. Had that MOU document been respected, this country would have grown in leaps and bounds, would have avoided the outcome of the 2000 elections, for example. Was, following a High Court ruling, the recommendations made the Constitution of Kenya Review Commission, the CKRC, during the Bomas Constitutional Conference process, which favored a parliamentary system, were discarded. As a result, the public and a section of government officials became dissatisfied with the Mwai Kibaki administration. In a referendum held on November 21, 2005, Kenyans in 7 out of the 8 provinces overwhelmingly rejected the government-sponsored proposed new constitution. We then used to refer to it as the Kilifi draft. And we used to blame Attorney General Emeritus Amos Wako for that product. My brother Raila and I, again, were in the forefront in opposing it, and then the birth of the Orange Movement. Susan, you remember, that's how you came in now, when the country was divided between bananas and oranges. Over 1,200 Kenyans lost their lives in less than a month following the announcement of the results of 2007 presidential election, where my brother and Kibaki were tough contenders. I was among them. I used to say nitapita katikati yao, remember? I looked at these two giants, and I looked at myself and said, this David fellow, yeah, Kibaki huyu, Raila huyu, nitapita hapo katikati. And actually, to some extent, I did, because because that is how I was able to hold the two of them again. I became the nexus. I became the gum when the country was falling apart. It is particularly noteworthy that my party then, the Orange Democratic Movement Kenya, I used to say, between me and Raila, we didn't even know how to divide the oranges. Because he kept a whole orange, and I kept an orange and a half. So, my own party then, that time, ODM Kenya, negotiated a post-electoral agreement with President Kibaki's PNU that helped stop the violence, at least, before my brother was brought on board by Kofi Annan. And you know, that was a serious conflict. That is what gave rise to Kenyan leaders going to The Hague. And you know them. And sometimes blame the wrong people. I've heard some of them blame Raila. And it's not right at all. I undertook an impossible task of trying to convince the United Nations Security Council to allow us to have Kenyan leaders tried here. And then Kenyans overwhelmingly, through local radio stations, used to say, don't be vague, go to The Hague. So, under the auspices of Kenya National Dialogue and Reconciliation Committee, Dr. Kofi Annan, the late brother and a real Pan-Africanist, the chairman of the panel of eminent African personalities, was tasked by the international community and, of course, the African leadership to help to resolve that political crisis. And on February 1st, 2008, he brought the late Mwai Kibaki and our brother Raila Odinga to the negotiating table, and where the 4 agenda items were agreed upon, namely, Agenda 1, immediate action to stop the violence and restore fundamental rights and liberties. Agenda item number 2, immediate measures to address the humanitarian crisis and promote healing and reconciliation. Agenda item number 3, how to overcome the political crisis. And agenda item number 4, addressing the long-term issues, including undertaking constitutional, legal, and institutional reforms, land reform, tackling poverty and inequality, as well as combating regional development imbalances, tackling unemployment, particularly among the youth, consolidating national cohesion and unity, and addressing transparency, accountability, and impunity. That was a major agenda, and it was, to a large extent, achieved except for agenda item number 4. And I must move faster. Agendas 1, 2, and 3 were faithfully carried out. And on February 28, 2008, President Kibaki and Right Honorable Odinga signed the agreement on the principles of partnership of the coalition government. In part, the preamble affirmed, I quote, there must be real power sharing to move the country forward and begin the healing and the reconciliation process. With this agreement, we are stepping forward together as political leaders to overcome the current crisis and set the country on a new path. This agreement is designed to create an environment conducive to such a partnership and to build mutual trust and confidence. We have agreed to enact the National Court and Reconciliation Act, end of the quote, signed by the 2 leaders. Following the passage of the Kenya Constitution Review Act 2008, Kenya Constitution Amendment Act 2008 by Parliament, the process of drafting a new constitution, detailed in Agenda 4, began. 2 years later, and through a people-driven national dialogue, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 was finally promulgated to widespread acclaim at home, regionally, and internationally. Even though this living document is acknowledged as one of Africa's most progressive constitutions, there are still some aspects of its composition that, in its 13th year of existence, require serious deliberation. We in the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition hold the view that we cannot transform our beloved nation if we do not fundamentally address those Agenda 4 issues of 2008 and those concerns that we have outlined in the National Dialogue Committee, which have christened NADCO, and which I'm happily, as fate would have it, a co-chair. Our top priority, which was to address a cost of living, is demonstrated by the growing gaps in poverty and inequality brought about by harsh and burdensome taxes that take money out of people's pockets rather than putting it therein. And Susan, you're in the business trying to get people to put their money in their pockets. You haven't quite succeeded. Because this is where the issue is. Kenyans are crying, heavy burden of taxation. I have never seen a nation anywhere in the world which can develop on the basis of overtaxing its citizens, particularly during such economic reality. If anybody has one example in the world, we talked of the Marshall Plan and others, where you overtax your citizen in order to get out of depression, I will be happily able to listen to you. Despite the conflicting explanations, the primary causes of economic slow growth, indeed depression, are not solely attributable to global events, but rather economic mismanagement and endemic corruption. The last 3 presidential election results are strongly disputed, indicating that we have not addressed transparency, accountability, and impunity, particularly regarding our electoral management process. That is why we in Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance Coalition insisted upon not only audit of 2022 general election, but a reconstitution of the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. We too in this NADCO process spoke to the deepening of our political gains by ensuring there will be fidelity to the Constitution as regards interference with political parties. The story that has been going on, merry-go-round in Jubilee, I'm a very key member of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition. It's disturbing. We have had to call a spade a spade. In these talks, we are not sparing any situation. And we are saying it is improper to disorganize Jubilee, because by disorganizing Jubilee, you are trying to disorganize Azimio, and by implication, paying lip service to multi-party democracy. And this is our view. Our agenda items at the bipartisan talks at Bomas of Kenya also included addressing the imbalance of public office appointments that were biased towards specific communities and poorly represented the aspirations of two-gender rule. This, we strongly argued, continue to undermine the ideals of national cohesion and unity. I would want, for example, a very honest conversation about the recently concluded recruitment at the Kenya Defense Forces. Mukwanja and the rest of you in Parliament, please, if you want to heal this country, and I heard the President yesterday say 80% of recruitment to KDF now will be from National Youth Service. But before we get there, we want the statistics, ethnic balance. By the way, it's a matter in the Constitution. We want to know, of the 42, 43 communities, what percentage did the people in Embu and Manyata get? And you will be amazed. And when I dealt with the conflict in Rwanda after the genocide, in fact, the problem in Rwanda and Burundi is basically this. 84% of the population are Hutus in both countries, and 14% are Tutsis in both countries. At some stage, the whole leadership of Burundi, from the president to deputy speaker, were eliminated because they went through a hugely successful election, where if it is the majority must have their way, and the minority to have their say, that happened. But people were hurting. And what happened? Killings. So, in my view, if you disturb the army, if you do not have a professional military in Kenya or anywhere in the region, ladies and gentlemen, you do not have a country. Please, you can take that one to the bank, even if it is a hustler bank. You cannot disturb if you, and the reason our military men and women have done very well in terms of peacekeeping everywhere, right, is because we have had a professional army. But if you have a tribalized army, and I still insist, I want you guys, if the parliament, I'm told when you people in Kenya Kwanza went to State House and complained to President Ruto that hamwezi kwenda nyumbani wananchi wanapigia kelele because of taxation, he looked at you and told you, but you are the ones in parliament. Nyinyi ndio mmepitisha the Finance Act. So you now have to play your role. If you're going to do oversighting of this government, and I like the young parliamentarians, actually went in at 30, and I remained there. Yes, I think I should have been a member. Now I'll do the mentoring that our wonderful Mheshimiwa was talking about. I must conclude, ladies and gentlemen, before I invite our brother to come and make his remarks and close this consultative session. You know, we went to Bomas because Kenyans lost their lives Kenyans, some of them wearing sufurias. All right? Let's not forget. Let's not forget we buried nearly 70 people. Let's not forget a lot of them had their households and everything they owned destroyed. And even as recent as 2 weeks ago, 25,000 people in Mavoko had what they call their homes destroyed. And we hear you friends in Kenya Kwanza telling us affordable housing. What the fellows have put together what they could afford, and you destroy it, and you are telling them affordable housing? So, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot hope to transform our nation, indeed any nation, without meaningful dialogue, and that is built on mutual trust and confidence. Nonetheless, I've observed that during our 73 days, we've already done 73 days of the national dialogue, goodwill has occurred, and both sides have learned to respect one another's points of view. Therefore, I must congratulate my friend, my co-chair, Kimani Chungwa. When he came in, I told Kimani, I looked at him, I said, listen, you are young, I think you're very young, and the future is ahead of you. Me, I can go back to Sekuru, right, and forget about you guys. But if you don't succeed at these talks, history will judge you badly. And we must therefore confront the truth, and nothing but the truth. Our forefathers, the likes of Mzee Jomo Kenyatta and Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, were able to negotiate and compromise even with the British colonialists. When Mzee Jaramogi Oginga Odinga said, without Jomo Kenyatta there will be no freedom. Now, we should emulate them. 26 years ago, the late President Daniel Arap Moi's ruling party, KANU, by the way, KANU was organizing secretary for 12 good years. I was elected national organizing secretary the same day with the late Moses Mundamba Mudavadi, Wycliffe's father. So you can see if Mudavadi is beginning to look old. I started it with his late father. That is a beauty. When you are young, you see it all. And I therefore can pass this information, this wisdom, sometimes lack of it, depending on how you look at it, to the younger leaders. Mzee Moi then was able to accommodate dialogue. After the violence that followed 2007 elections and almost tore our nation apart, Mzee Kibaki, our brother Raila, and indeed myself, with our respective coalitions, were able to come together and work on creating a durable new constitution. Our history is replete with examples of transformative national dialogue for the betterment of all Kenyans. We at Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance Coalition remain optimistic that these bipartisan talks, which should conclude with a report handed to both my friend William Ruto and my brother here on November 22nd. We are very clear. We don't want to stay there for longer than is necessary. And some of them say we are paid huge sums of money. I've not seen a cent. I'm giving my time and my everything to my country so that these things can succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great pleasure to invite my brother and actually a soulmate, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, to come make his remarks and close this session. Well, we thank our partners, really. You know, German, you Kenyans may not know, CD1, the diplomatic corps, the number one, and to get number one CD, diplomatic corps, number one, means a lot. CD1, when we became independent, was Germany. And that tells you that Germans are truly our friends. We thank you. We continue to thank you. From my brother Raila Odinga, karibu sana. Sorry.
Haya, You may be seated. To the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. I'm happy to have been invited by Konrad Adenauer Foundation to come and be with you here this afternoon. Dankeschön. That means thank you very much. And I mean, my brother has talked so elaborately about so many things. At some stage, he was talking about desperation in our country, how Kenyans are dying because of lack of food and so on. Then I was telling some other people that maybe death is not a very bad thing. Shakespeare said in Julius Caesar that some cowards die so many times before their death that the brave do not taste of death but just once. And I want to say that death is a necessary evil that will come when it will come, and therefore there's no need to fear death. Then the other day I was talking to somebody else, he told me, you shouldn't really fear death. He said that, look, if you are sick, there are only two things that can happen to you. Either you will be treated and you will get well, they have nothing to fear. But if you don't recover, then you die. If you die, there's nothing to fear. Why? Because you will either go to heaven or to hell. If you go to heaven, there's nothing to worry about. You will be okay. Even if you go to hell, there's nothing to worry about. You'll find so many of your friends. You spend a long time just greeting them. How are you? How have you been here? Before your time for the fire comes. So therefore, don't fear. You have nothing to fear as Kenyans. We will succeed in the long run. Now, I think this foundation has done a very good thing to choose to hold this conference. And they have told me that they're going to make it an annual event. So it is my real pleasure to speak to this distinguished audience at a time the country is undergoing profound challenges with no end in sight. My task is to share with you the alternative economic pathways proposed by the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party for the people of Kenya. I will do that with pleasure. But before I do that, let me thank the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Stiftung, as it's called in German, for putting together this conference on the subject of transforming a nation. It is proper that a foundation that bears the name of the man who presided over the reconstruction of Germany after the Second World War should get us together so that we can discuss our own reconstruction. I happen to have been in Germany during its days of reconstruction and transformation, and I can say two things without fear of contradiction. First, transforming a nation takes hard, dedicated, and honest labor of leaders and citizens. Secondly, no nation is beyond reconstruction and transformation. All it takes is leadership. And I arrived when the war had ended the Marshall Plan had been introduced, and the work of reconstruction was in its second phase. I have found when Konrad Adenauer himself was still the chancellor, and at that time when he arrived, when you went to Germany, and then you went to Britain and France, who were part of the victor powers, you'd think that it was Germany that won the war, and those countries had lost the war. But Germany had been devastated. Most German cities were bombed, some of them nearly to the ground. There's a city in the eastern part of Germany called Dresden. Dresden was razed almost to the ground by the British, basically, at the time when, in fact, the war had ended. But because of the anger of what had happened, bombing of London and so on, it was a revenge bombing. But the Germans reconstructed. And at that time, West Germany was the strongest economy in Western Europe. And East Germany was also the strongest economy in Eastern Europe at that time. That was basically because of hard work. I want to say that a year after our election, if you ask Kenyans, are you better off today than you were at the time, this time last year? The answer will be obvious, that we are in a deep hole. Failing policies and grim economic prospects. There's a devastating loss of trust and confidence in our economy, our financial markets, and our government. We are caught in a cycle where reduced spending power leads to loss of jobs, which leads to even less spending, where the people can't borrow because rates charged are too high, yet lack of borrowing slows growth and leads to even less credit. Credible data collected and published by the government confirms all this grim news. And this meeting is taking place as a day after the State of the Nation address by the President. I'm going to try to answer some of the things that he said yesterday. But this is not a response. At the Hustler Fund, which was supposed to support households and micro enterprises, default on payments at a higher rate and higher rate than those at the commercial banks, SACCOs, and microfinance. Out of the Hustler Fund's outstanding, that is 10.2 billion shillings worth of loans in the last 9 months, 29% is deemed to be portfolio at risk, implying it has not been serviced by the borrowers as per agreed schedule. This means that borrowed amounts worth about 2.9 billion shillings in Hustler Fund loans fall in the category of non-performing loans. Job cuts are back to the rate where they were during the COVID. According to the CBK survey, more than a quarter of chief executives expect to cut jobs before the end of the year because of increased operating costs and softening demand for goods and services, setting up families for a gloomy festivities period. The Central Bank of Kenya is the survey that targeted CEOs of more than 1,000 private sector firms through online questionnaires shows that 26.3% of those surveyed expect to cut their workforce between now and the end of the year, while 63.5% will not be hiring any new staff. At the Nairobi Securities Exchange, some 6,256 foreign investors fled in the last 9 months. This is 42% of foreign investors in the country. This exodus is a result of the rapid but unstable tax policies that are scaring away foreign investors and leading to low revenue collections. In October, the same National Security Exchange was ranked the worst performing African banks in the first 9 months of the year in dollar returns. Investors prefer a country with a stable taxation policy, a stable currency, and a growing economy. The current regime is changing tax policy frequently, mismanaging the shilling, and weakening economic growth. Kenyans are ditching mobile payments. A number of local SMEs using payment methods such as pay bills and Lipa na M-Pesa are now asking their customers to use cash when paying for goods and services to avoid taxation. Fuel consumption fell rapidly between January and June, dropping to the lowest levels in the more than 5 years. Up to 85% of firms are not paying corporate taxes. At least 8 in 10 companies in Kenya did not pay taxes on earnings last financial year. This signals a tough economic environment that hit sales, prompting some businesses to scale down operations. The Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, missed its revenue target for the first quarter of the current financial year by 79 billion Kenya shillings. Of course, the story of the Kenya shilling on a free fall bears no repeating. It is obvious to everybody. From 120 to the dollar to now 159. I could go on, but I beg to stop there so that we can get into what Azimio thinks. The fact is, many Kenyans are both anxious and uncertain of what the future holds. The country is going through a recipe of policy mistakes, failures, and shortcomings served in an authoritarian, paternalistic leadership style. Nobody in government cares about building broad public support around these programs. Everything is forced down everyone's throats. In the run-up to 2022 election, we warned that the sectors of every economy are intertwined, and you cannot benefit one sector by denying the other. We warned that Kenya Kwanza was never going to help the hustlers by robbing the rich and the middle class. In the wake of the Finance Act of 2023, we warned that no nation can ever tax its citizens into prosperity. We are concerned that it is getting too late to change the course. We fear that consequences of the foundation laid in the first year of this administration could linger for years if nothing is done. Our country could lose the competitive edge that it has always had in the region and sub-Saharan Africa. This bad situation could easily get out of hand. What is to be done? For us in Azimio, reduction in the cost of living is a priority economic imperative. This will be achieved by providing some basic relief to citizens, including reduction of taxes and stimulating production. To release resources to achieve these objectives, government must cut the budget by an estimated 500 billion shillings. The current policies have hit low-income families particularly hard. These are the same low-income families that the administration promised to lift up. These families spend more than 40% of their income on food. They deserve and require relief. In particular, we must cut fuel taxes and raise social welfare payments. At this time of duress, we demand tax cuts, not increases. Kenyans need to see their taxes go down, not up. We believe the current taxation regime is not sustainable. We warned at the beginning that beyond a certain point, increasing taxes leads to lower collection. It has become real as Kenya Revenue Authority misses one revenue target after another. Tax on fuel is up, but fuel levy collection is down. We were doing this as a result of our experience when we formed government under NASA. Under NASA, we found an economy that was stagnant, and the growth was negative. Revenue collection was very low, and the Paris Club had actually clamped down on the government. So the government was actually just limping. And when we came into government, what we did was to address the two sides of the balance sheet, income and expenditure. We found out the government was collecting 200 billion shillings of all that was being collected. We looked at the sources of revenue, customs duty, income tax, the VAT, and so on. And then the other side, expenditure, how they were procuring. You looked at revenue officers, those officers in the customs, in the income tax department, in the VAT, and procurement officers in all the ministries. They were the boys in town. They're the ones who are buying apartment blocks in town, the ones who are driving the latest models of cars, Mercedes, Toyota, what have you. They're the ones who are building castles in rural areas. They're the ones who are building high-rise buildings in village markets. If you did a lifestyle audit, you're able to catch them. And we did lifestyle audits and caught very many of them. We sacked some we sent to jail. And all of a sudden, revenue rose up. From 200 billion shillings, within the 6 months from January to June, we went up by 100 billion shillings. We collected 300 billion shillings. So we said, the answer is not to increase taxes, but to spread out, widen the net, and lower the taxes, and we get more revenue. The following year, it went 500 billion, 700 billion, 900, we reached 1 trillion. We were able to finance most of our budget from local resources without having to borrow from donors. 95% of our development expenditure was coming from local revenue. And that's why we were advising the inadvisable that you don't have to increase taxes to get revenue. Procurement, because you can raise revenue, but it all just goes into people's pockets. We found that under Moi, there was a procurement law which said that any item above 100,000 shillings are to procure competitively. In other words, you have to advertise in at least 3 newspapers. There must be at least 3 bidders, and you procure competitively. Each and every ministry has a procurement officer, seconded from the Treasury, who was in charge. We found that each procurement officer had 3 companies registered. And there was a kind of a cartel and a collusion. The one in Ministry of Finance is supplying Ministry of Education. The one in Education is supplying health. One is health is supplying roads. One road is supplying agriculture. And if you are the tender, there will be 3 companies. All those 3 belong to one person. And of course, the building, the commission, which is shared among various commission officers. An item that's supposed to be procured at 100,000 shillings goes for 5 million shillings. And that's where the money is being lost. These ones, again, we did lifestyle audit. We sacked some of them. We jailed some of them. The government was now procuring competitively. And that is how we manage that economy. So you need to stimulate production. Interest rates need to come down in order to stimulate economic activity. This is particularly urgent and critical, given that in the Finance Act of 2023, the regime is pursuing higher spending and taxes for the next 2 years. Businesses will obviously pass the cost to consumers, worsening the cost of living further. We needed to invest in direct relief to individuals through programs that put money directly into the people's pockets, which is why we asked the Kenya Kwanza to continue with and expand the Kazi Mtaani program. And it can be expanded the way we did it ourselves there, Kazi kwa vijana, to the rural areas as well. Investment in labor-intensive programs like road construction, rural water systems, afforestation, and so on. This has proven over the years to yield positive results. We believe that putting money into construction of schools' infrastructure would yield better returns than the construction of houses through taxation. Kenyans deserve a raise in the average minimum wage. We should also stop mismanagement of public finances. The country must embrace better fiscal discipline. We do not have to increase our budget in order to look important. State departments with overlapping functions need to be scrapped. Why do we have coordination of international development partnerships at both the Deputy President's Office and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, complete with budget lines, while the National Treasury also runs an external resources department? At the same time, we need to stop duplication of devolved functions at national level. You have a situation where the national government is competing with the counties in several other functions which are constitutionally devolved, like health, like agriculture, like water, and so on. Why should the national government be the one procuring fertilizers and distributing it to the county government when agriculture is devolved? How about drugs and so on? A few weeks ago, the Controller of Budget told the country that the National Treasury over-budgeted salaries of state officers, including hers, by 3 times, leading to the loss of over 1 billion shillings. The Controller of Budget detailed how the Treasury has been over-budgeting salaries of senior government officials through the consolidated fund services. So far, nobody has been made to bear responsibility for this budgeted corruption. We know very well that regional authorities duplicate county functions. Where do we retain them? Complete with budgets. To those doubting Thomases within the regime, these measures above will release the estimated 500 billion shillings required to bring back the economy on an even keel. Realistic debt management. Currently, Kenya is caught in a debt rut where it has resorted to borrowing more to repay debt. It makes no sense to us to borrow more to repay debt when debt is already too high. It amounts digging when you're already in a deep hole. Our position is that the National Treasury ought to ask creditors to push up payments falling due to a future date rather than keep paying it. This is what people do when they have a crunch in their finances, but know they can pay later when their income is higher. Rescheduling debt is not at the same time as the same thing as debt default. People default when they are bankrupt. Kenya is not bankrupt. Kenya should not default. By rescheduling debt payments falling due, the government can forgo punitive taxes and create room for critical social and economic spending. In conclusion, 1 year on since the inception of new government, this is the time to reset the economic policy broadly. And you're not going to set this broadly by mere rhetorics, by talking and making promises to the people, empty promises. The effectiveness of government by key initiatives, including the Hatta Fund, should be reviewed by a forum comprised of the government, political parties, the business community, and the civil society. This is what should be happening. And if this happens, we will be able to come up with proper solution to the problem that we are facing today. The government today is living in denial. If you listen to the State of the Nation address yesterday, if you were talking to some people who are living in planet Moon, you are not being realistic to problems confronting this country. And these problems must be confronted frontally, not by trying to give diversions here and there. We have said today that the cost of living is real and is killing the people. It has to be addressed if you are going to actually relieve the plight of the people of this country. This is our position as Azimio. Now, finally, Madam, you've written there, Raila Odinga ran for presidency 5 times and lost 5 times. In other words, and each time he complained that he did not lose. I accepted losing elections in 1997. I said I'd lost and accepted. In 2007, the jury is out there. Everybody knows what happened. In 2013, everybody knows. 2017, people know. 2022, some of you are around in the country. The so-called Independent Electoral Boundary Commission had 7 commissioners. Out of those 7 commissioners, 4 said no. 3 are the ones who said yes. But 4 said no. And they even have come before the Kalonzo team and have said no. And they've said that the chairman erred, that up to now he has not published the results of the elections in accordance to the law. And to me, they say that 4 is bigger than 3. If the majority say that I won the elections, I cannot say I lost it. And that's why, irrespective of what the Supreme Court said, I thank you very much.
Another round of applause for our guests this afternoon. Thank you so much for your patience. When you look at your programs, were to end earlier, but it was important this final day we stay until this time. Without wasting so much time, I want to once again welcome Honorable Gitonga Mukunji so that he now finally takes us through the conference communique, some of the resolutions as we go home. Welcome, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Before I read the communique, I have seen some members of parliament who have joined us, and I would like to recognize them. I have seen Honorable Jared Okello. Please just wave to the congregation. That is a member of parliament, Nyando. I have also seen Honorable Junet Mohammed. He is a minority whip and the member of parliament, Suna East. I want to read the communique of this conference, and it is my humble duty to do that. Transforming a nation. Transforming a Nation Conference, held on November 9th and 10th, 2023, at Nairobi's Radisson Blue Hotel in Abai. Rooted in a commitment to fostering democracy and economic transformation, the conference aimed to explore avenues for the collective benefit of all citizens in Kenya. It explored ways in which all citizens can benefit from democracy and economic transformation in Kenya, addressing critical issues that impact the nation's growth and development. Conference overview. After 60 years of independence, Kenya has assessed its achievement and challenges, positioning itself as a strategic gateway to sub-Saharan Africa. The conference, organized by KAS, aimed to build on Kenya's stability and resilience, offering concrete proposals for improvement in various fields to benefit all citizens. Key themes addressed are: number one, leapfrogging through technology and economic development. Number two, food security and agriculture. Number three, transforming a nation through youth and women. Number four, housing, social security and labor. Number five, democracy, rule of law, governance and zero corruption. And number six, Kenya and the world, that is international relations. In conclusion, KAS's Transforming a Nation conference has been a catalyst for unity and progress in Kenya. Deliberations showcased an unyielding commitment to inclusive development, environmental sustainability, and ethical governance. As Kenya advances, the conference illuminated existing issues and established the groundwork for collaborative solutions, paving the way for a promising future. This positions Kenya to realize its full potential, becoming a global beacon of progress. The conference's insights now function as a collective compass, steering Kenya towards a future of inclusive prosperity, resilience, and unity. With the foundation laid, our shared responsibility is to leverage these insights for our nation's betterment, propelling Kenya towards a future of collective progress and shared success. We anticipate the government will embrace the challenge to convene annual conferences focused on transforming a nation by bringing together multi-stakeholders to engage in discussions about the ongoing progress in transforming Kenya. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, sir, for that. At least as we go home, we know what we need to do to be part of transforming our nation. Next, as we wrap this up, I want to welcome Dr. Annette from, of course, KAS to just tell us, conclude this conference that with the team they have been able to, bring together and tell us whether they have achieved the objectives for this conference. Welcome. Welcome, Dr.
Distinguished guests, we are at the end of our 2 days conference, and I'm sure all of you agree that attending and listening to all the speakers was definitely worth to spend your time. Allow me to say a few words of thanks and plenty of Asante Sana. At first, I would like to thank all speakers, panelists, and moderators for their great work and that they shared their insights with us. I would also like to thank my colleague Anja Beretta from the regional program Energy Security and Climate Change for your great support during these days. That was extremely helpful for us. And I want to thank Nathaniel Mongare, who went an extra mile to make these days possible. He supported us very much. In my opening remarks, I mentioned that this conference is a hand-on conference, and I hope that all of you agree that our speakers and panelists did really a very good job, and we developed concrete proposals for transforming a nation into a better future for all Kenyans. We will publish the results of this conference in early 2024, so all of you can make a regular checkup how much progress Kenya is doing in the years to come. So you already followed that we really try to maintain this conference in the years to come, and so that all Kenyans can do follow-ups on that. So transforming a nation is not a one-day conference or two-day conference, it's an ongoing process. Asante Sana, all of you, and thanks for being with us for these 2 days. And thanks for being patient with all these changes in the early afternoon. But I think it was a good thing. Asante Sana, and all the best for you. Have a good trip and safe trip home, and a good weekend. Thank you so much.
I think she deserves better claps, honestly. Thank you so much, Dr. Annette, for bringing us together. And we are happy that you are able to deliberate as leaders and young people on how we can benefit from this democracy and economic transformation. And that brings us to the end of our two-day conference right here at Radisson Blu. My name is Purity Museo. I have been your host. I hope you enjoyed today. And I want to hand over this program to the manager, the conference manager, Nathaniel, for more directions. Karibu sana. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you so much, everyone, all our guests, and even Your Excellency, the Vice President of Kenya, Emeritus. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to make a few announcements. First is to thank all of you for your patience. And secondly, our food has been waiting for the last 2 hours. I know you have a lot of space in the stomach to eat. Immediately after I finish in the next 2 minutes, please, we make our way to the Ladder restaurant downstairs for our lunch. And thank you again for your patience. And secondly, after lunch, please, those who we were accommodating or those who came from outside Nairobi, the bus will be waiting for you. You go back to the hotel. Somebody from the office will come and assist you on the travel arrangement from that hotel. Those who are from Nairobi, please, after lunch, come back to this venue. We will be able to assist on the travel arrangement from inside this hall. Otherwise, thank you so much. I will pray for lunch and the closure of this meeting. May we bow down for a word of prayer. Thank you so much, Father, for bringing us together to deliberate on the key issues affecting the country, on all the thematic areas that we've discussed. I want to thank you for all the guests that we've had for the last 2 days. May you give us the journey mercies as we go back home. And Father, may we concretize what we have discussed. For Father, this is for the good of the country. As we go out to eat, may you bless the food and bless those who don't have so that they may have next time. For I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you so much. The band? The band? The band? James, where are you? Please, a minute. So we stand still for the national anthem. Please. Sing.